voice working here? Thank you for coming. Our expectation is this will be a very good use of your time. And our expectation is that whatever good ideas, whatever problem-solving potential we identify today is only the beginning. So that's probably the most important thing I want to share with you is that as the Partnership for Community Excellence team at California Forward has been designing its work, we want to find ways where we can catalyze the most improvement as fast as we can. And we know that we do that by bringing together people that care deeply about making the system work, identifying the challenges, identifying fact-based solutions, and what the next steps need to be. So for those of, many of you are familiar, you've been part of this process, you've been part of this project, so but for those who have not, please endure just a couple minutes of background. California Forward is a nonpartisan, non-governmental organization dedicated to trying to deliver better results for California. And in order to do that, we've been working in the political sphere to try to improve our systems and our institutions of democracy. So things that you guys normally don't think or work on, but citizens redistricting, top two primary, campaign disclosure information. We're working with the Fair Political Practices Commission on how to make more visible potential conflicts of interest. So how do we make the electoral process system work for those of you in the public sector that are trying to deliver quality services in our communities? The second part of our work has been focused on the resources part. How are we going to finance this government, and how do we allocate the resources in ways that deliver quality services and are accountable to the public? And we've done a number of measures over the years to try to advance that. And then about 3 years ago, we sat in this room with a number of very diverse stakeholders and said, what's the big picture for the relationship between the state and local government? Because we know from all of our experiences, from the analysis, from the pilot projects over literally decades in California, that if we can get governments organized right, with the right authority and the right responsibilities, you can actually move the needle on any one of the metrics you really care about. And it was a very, it was a series of 5 meetings, very, very instructive. It resulted in a work product called the Smart Government Framework, which among its principles was moving responsibility to the level of government that was responsible for delivering the results. And another part of it was thinking about, as a state, how where responsibilities are delivered at a local level, there is a mechanism for those local governments to learn from each other. Not a state role of telling local governments what to do, but for the expertise within local government to figure out what works best in your county, region, community, and to be able to share those lessons learned for other people trying to figure out a better way to do it. So when AB 109 came around, we said, gosh, we don't need to change the Constitution to do that. We need to just move into this space and help convene the people that know what to do, trying to figure out how to implement AB 109 in a responsible way, and where there is challenges to help them identify that. So through these forums, as they've developed and matured over the last couple of years, that's precisely what we've been trying to do. What's the next challenge you have? What's the next hurdle? What's the next opportunity? And what's the best wisdom we can help assemble around those issues? And finally, then, I want to come back to what I said at the beginning. The intention here is not a day in Sacramento in the Cal Chamber conference room. It really is about figuring out what do we know, what else do we need to know, what's the right next step. And so Sharon and her team are going to, and hopefully with your help, will identify what those next steps are and what we need to do. If we need to work with the legislature, what do we need to do? If we need to develop more information, what is the information we need? It's really up to you to help set that agenda and figure out what you need in order in your community to be able to be as successful as you want to be. Look to us to help you get that done, but please make sure you're telling us what we can do that make you get the job done you want to. So again, thank you very much for your participation in today's event, in previous events, and activities, hopefully helping you implement a really groundbreaking and challenging governance and fiscal reform in terms of building a community correction system in California.
Thanks, Jim. Oh, okay, we just need the next one. Okay, so let's go to the next one. Okay, we have normally in the past done introductions around the room and on the phone, but because we have so many people, that doesn't work very well anymore. So what I wanted to try to do is just put up a slide to kind of give you a sense of who's in the room, and the diversity of the people in the room is really the important thing for us because we want to see, have a lot of different perspectives and that kind of thing. So we've got 19 different counties that represent so many different areas. We have 4 state government agencies and 13 other organizations, and my apologies to Ron because I did not put police up there, and I should have. I was working off my last PowerPoint, but we've got quite a bit, I think, of diversity in the room and on the phone. There is, so that you all know, there are people on the phone, and they'll be participating as well. So, so we're going to do some housekeeping things, and particularly for those on the phone, because we want to make sure if there's any technical problems, we can address those. So we're asking everybody to please sign in. And for those on the phone, you don't need to do that. For those in the room, we'll send the sheet around in case you missed it. The restrooms are where?
Out the door to the left.
Okay, out the door and to the left. There's coffee. Do I think iced tea or not? Do we have iced tea? Maybe water. There is a thing of waters out there now, and those are all available. We will take a 15-minute break at 12:20. And that'll give you time to get your lunch and do calls, whatever you need to do. We ask you to come back on time because we're doing a working lunch. So while you're eating your lunch, we will be moving on with our agenda. And I should have introduced myself first. That's always a good first step. I'm Sharon Onson. I'm the Director of the Partnership for Community Excellence, and Kathy Judd is our consultant and and we've got a whole bunch of people here from Califorinia doing different things to help us today. And so then we are recording this, and what will happen is the voice is recorded and the slides go with the voice. So people who missed today will have an opportunity to go back and take a look at that and hear what's being said as well. And so just want to make sure you know that. And it will be posted next week. And I think we try to send it out to folks next week to let you know it's available. Okay, so this I think Stacy or somebody will have to do.
Oh, sure. So all callers are currently muted during all the presentations. We will have one opportunity when we go into facilitated discussion at 1:35 where we're going to give callers an opportunity to participate in the discussion with their voices, actually. So we're going to ask at that point that folks raise their virtual hand on the webinar. And there's instructions on the slide for how to do that. It's a little button on your webinar control panel that's got a small, chubby hand on it. And so when you raise your hand, we can unmute you during that time so that you can vocally participate in the discussion. For anyone to actually be unmuted, you must have entered your audio PIN. So I'm noticing just a handful of people on the webinar that have not already entered their audio PIN, and I will ping you later in the case that you do want to participate. Throughout the day today, you have an opportunity to ask questions. All of those questions will come directly to me by typing into the question box on your GoToWebinar panel. So, and I have a red arrow to that where that question box is, in case you aren't seeing it. Also, for any technical questions, you can submit them via the question box, or you can email them to me at stacy@caswg.org.
Great, thank you, Stacy. So, Kathy is going to talk a minute about some work that we're doing that we want to make sure everybody's aware of.
Good morning and welcome, everybody. Good to see a lot of familiar faces and some new faces that I haven't met and spoke with you on the phone from time to time. What I want to talk about briefly is a series of convenings that we are sponsoring throughout the state. The primary target for the convenings is the nexus between AB 109 population and the Affordable Care Act. These are one-day seminars. Invitations have gone to your county chief executive, whether it's a CAO or a CEO. Many of your chief probation officers have been in communication with us, and we currently have 4 convenings scheduled to focus on health care. And they're in Santa Barbara, San Bernardino, Fresno, and Riverside County. They're regional seminars so that neighboring counties will be invited and will come as teams. And we'll run you through some of the key opportunities that exist to get that population covered by the ACA at 100% for the next 3 years. So it's an important nexus between your healthcare folks and the criminal justice folks. It's important for jails because all of your folks that are sitting in a pretrial status eligible for health care, people that are sent out of your jails to community hospitals for procedures could be paid in a different format rather than out of your county budget. So it's an important convening. If you are interested in knowing more, please see me during breaks or after today's session. We'll also be working in Monterey County. There are some other special requests that we've received, and we're working in Monterey on jail overcrowding. We have a request from Contra Costa and Alameda County to come in and work on shared data. So we're working on those convenings as well. And before I sit down, because we all sit here representing various sectors, whether that be probation or DAs, public defenders, the courts, etc., I wanted to just introduce one person and put her on the spot. She'll introduce herself, I'm sure, later. But I wanted to introduce Linda Penner in a new role. Linda was the Chief Probation Officer of Fresno County, has recently been appointed by the governor to take the helm of the Board of State Community Corrections. So she will be sort of listening from that capacity today, I think. And welcome, Linda. Congratulations.
Well, I'm ADHD, and listening at all is going to be problematic, and I wouldn't do that.
Thank you. If you have any questions on convening, I'll be here all day.
I did want to make one more quick housekeeping announcement. We have little black sort of lipstick-sized boxes, 2 on each side of this table, and those are your speakers. So they're highly sensitive. Please try to avoid paper shuffling or...
For the telephone?
Yes. So I'm getting some notes that those on the phone are hearing a lot of paper shuffling. So the speakers on the tables are picking those up.
Yeah, and so I'm glad you said that too, because it's important to kind of mute phones, things like that, because then it'll go off in everybody's ear. But we actually had somebody once who had it in their purse and didn't know it was there. So it took us like a half an hour to figure out, so we had music playing. So to the extent that we can mute and things like that, it'll help it go smoother so everybody can hear. So what we want to do next is we'll walk through kind of the goals of what we're trying to do today. The first is to understand the legal framework, and we want to talk about the evidence base, and we want to review the data and the trends in California, understand and appreciate the diversity of the perspectives of the folks that are involved in a respectful way, and also, you know, because I think sometimes we get in our own point of view, and we don't really get why somebody's got concerns about something. So we're hoping today is an opportunity to really hear what those things are and at least be able to really understand those and appreciate them. And then examine the reasons for why there's such differences in the use of split sentencing, and also identify the ways that we can overcome the barriers to the effective use of that, if there are any. So that's kind of, the other piece of that is that we're going to, as we did on our last one, develop a short issue paper that will be very short, that people will see as a result of what we do today. And if there are things that come out of today, as Jim kind of pointed out, about things we could take some action on, then we could do that as well. And speaking of muting your phones, that's always helpful. So that's it. So I'm going to review the agenda very, very quickly. You all have it in your packets. Those of you on the phone, I believe we sent all this out earlier before the meeting. So you should have the agenda, but just to kind of go real quickly through it. And we have a number. I'm so thrilled. We've got such a good group of presenters and panelists today that represent such a diversity of different counties, different perspectives, and it's really, I think it's going to be such a great opportunity for all of us to learn. And for the first, we wanted to start with the facts. So, you know, that's always a good place to start. Let's know what the facts are before I often find, you know, I get into these things and I think I know something and somebody's like, what's your problem? I'm like, oh, now I get it. So we have arguments sometimes over things because we don't know the facts. So we think this is a good place to start. We got the legal framework, the evidence, the data, as I kind of talked about earlier. We also, I'm really excited about the whole issue around treatment and supervision and what those opportunities are for how those two are important for success in reducing recidivism. Next slide. Then we're going to start with 3 of our judges in California to talk about split sentencing, and then we will have we have 2 prosecutors and a public defender here today, or I think he would say assistant public defender, so I'm giving him more than I should. They're going to talk about how the adversarial process works around the split sentencing in their own perspective. We'll have our lunch. Next slide. And then we'll have probation talking about from their perspective about, how's this being implemented, what's their experiences with it. And then we have sheriff representative, sheriff, who's not quite here yet, but will be here soon. And also chief of police and Tom Hoffman, who used to be at CDCR. So that's next slide. So then we're going to have a discussion after that, and what I'll be doing is, like I did last time, get the themes from all of the discussions, from the panelists' discussions, as well as the factual stuff, and then we're going to take a look at what we've got based on the issues that have been raised. We'll have a discussion about those and see if we can kind of zero in on the few things that are most important. And then we will debrief, wrap up, and we're done at 3 o'clock, and we do want to be very timely and respect everybody's time, so we'll try to keep this moving along, but we will build in flexibility in the schedule. I'm not going to go through all these. We'll talk about, as we do the panels, we'll introduce folks, but you can kind of get a sense of the kind of folks that we have that are here today. It's an all-star team, so I just think you're going to learn a tremendous amount from all these folks. 3 pages. Okay. So we're going to move now into the facts and the evidence base. We have tried to put people around the room into groups so that way we don't have to move people, we don't have a presenter's table, so people will be presenting from different places. But our first presenter is Elise Clausen, who I hope is on the phone, who is with CRJ. Yes. Who is going to talk about the evidence. Elise is really a national person, and her organization, I think many of us here have worked with Megan quite a bit, and she will be able to, I think, give us that kind of perspective that we need. So, did we unmute Elise?
Elise has not yet entered her audio pin to be able to connect.
We'll just check. I'm sorry, she's not connected.
She is on the webinar. I just need Elise to enter her audio pin so that I can unmute.
Okay, great. I'm sorry, yes.
Well, District Attorney Zellerbach's here, and I know that he's on your agenda as well.
Oh, yeah, I think I mixed that up. I'm so sorry. Yeah, Elise is up first.
Okay.
Thank you so much for clarifying that. So we can go to the next slide. There we go. Got myself all confused here. So our first presentation is about the law, and we want to understand the legal framework so that we're all starting off on the same page about what that is. So with that, we have Paul Zellerbach, who's the district attorney from Riverside County, who was a former judge there as well. And we are very pleased that he is here to talk to us about the law. And we have some slides as well that will go with that. So Paul.
All right. Good morning. Just a little background. I was a prosecutor for over 20 years in Riverside County, and then I was elected to the bench and spent about 11 years as a Superior Court judge, and then went back to the DA's office as the district attorney and have been there for about 2.5 years. When I went back to the DA's office, I didn't sign up for a realignment. We did that came in October of 2011 after I was elected and took office. But here we are. This is the biggest change. I've been in this the criminal justice system in the state of California for now over 35 years, and I think realignment's the biggest change since we went to determinate sentencing. And I have a few slides, about 15 minutes. That's going to be difficult to talk about realignment and split sentencing, but basically we're moving from the prison system with realignment back to local control and local authority. And so this slide basically is a state prison up the left-hand corner, then we're moving to our county jails. And in Riverside County, our county jails are overcrowded now with realignment, as I think many other counties are as well. Next slide, please. There we go. Okay. Realignment created a new category of offender. We call them the 3 N's or the triple nons. that came about through Penal Code Section 1170H. And those individuals who now are receiving, in essence, a prison sentence pursuant to Penal Code Section 1170H are required to serve that sentence in county jail rather than going off to state prison. Next slide. These are the individuals who still go to prison, and individuals who have strike offenses, strike priors, sexual registrants pursuant to Penal Code Section 290, your white-collar crimes pursuant to Penal Code Section 186.11, and just as we throw in there, you know, this is the state legislature. Sellers of horse meat, they still go to prison.
Well, thank God.
So we still try and keep our sense of humor even under difficult circumstances. All right, next slide, please. Again, realignment created what we call post-release community supervision. Those are individuals who are now released from state prison, who used to be released on parole, and now are being released. These are still the three nons. They're being released to supervision by now our county probation departments, and we characterize these people as the post-release community supervision, or the PRCS population. Next slide. If you could follow this, it gets a little confusing, but this is what happens upon release from prison or from county jail. And from county jail, this is where split sentence can and does play a major part or a major role. Because under 1170H, those individuals who are now sentenced, unless that sentence is split, these people don't receive any supervision whatsoever. It used to be that when you send someone to prison, you knew, whether it be as a prosecutor or a defense attorney, you knew that upon that person's release, regardless of the nature of their crime or how long their sentence was, that once they were released from prison, they would be released on parole for a minimum of 12 months, maximum of 60 months, depending upon subsequent violations. And again, realignment has dramatically changed that scenario. And we now not only have our post-release community supervision individuals who are released from prison being supervised by our probation officers, we now have our split sentences, and those individuals who receive split sentences do their custody time in county jail. Then upon release, they are under mandatory supervision, again, by your local county probation officer. And next slide. Parole revocations, this is a big change again with realignment starting next week. Well, since realignment occurred, parole revocations is, as far as the three nons, were being handled now locally in our county courts by the DAs and the defense bar. And starting July 1st, really the county will be handling predominantly all of the parole revocations except for a small category of lifers. And that's going to be new because the DAs, the public defenders, and the judges in our county courts have never handled these types of hearings or situations before. So it's something new and different that we're all going to have to learn about. Next slide. Split sentences is authorized pursuant to Penal Code Section 1170H, Subdivision 5. And I've been quoted as saying, as a prosecutor, I wish that when I was a Superior Court judge that I had had the ability to utilize split sentences. Because I think what it offers everyone, both the offender, the court, the DA, and the public defender, is more flexibility. And, you know, in the criminal justice system, one thing I've learned is that everything is not black and white. And you have to deal with each case, each offender differently. Each case and each offender is unique. And so I think split sentences offers everyone the opportunity to tailor a sentence that is appropriate to that individual and to the facts and circumstances revolving that crime. And again, it's discretionary depending upon the split sentence cannot exceed the maximum sentence for that specific crime, but how it's split can be any number of ways. In Riverside County, we've seen certain types of, let's say, fraud cases split wherein the offender does 2 years in custody and 10 years on supervised release. Now, our probation department wasn't real thrilled about that because they have to supervise that offender for 10 years. But the reason we did that in that particular case was because there was a significant amount of restitution owed to the victim. And it was agreed that giving the person a 10-year period of supervised release, he could make restitution during that time frame. And that's my point as far as allowing the court and the attorneys to utilize split sentences and have more flexibility. So, again, I think it's just one more tool that can be used in the criminal justice system. Next slide. That's it.
All right. Next, thank you very much for that. Now Elise is supposed to join us.
I am on the phone. Can you hear me?
Hi. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you. I will try to do this quickly. My job is to talk about the evidence around split sentencing. I'm sorry to report there is not much evidence.
Elise, could you speak up just a tad bit? I'm not sure everybody can hear you.
Yes, I'll try to do it.
All right. So it sounds like she got disconnected. We'll be calling back in, so we may want to go to the next. Okay. Yeah. So I think what we'll do is, while we're waiting for Elise to get reconnected, we'll talk about the evidence around split sentencing, not the evidence, but the data. And Matt Jenkins here is the Chief Probation Officer down in San Diego, and he is going to be talking about the data. So thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. So I don't need to speak directly into this mic. Everybody can hear me?
Yes.
All right. I see head nods around the room. So yes, I'm very happy to talk a little bit about the data that CPOC has collected and has been collecting on split sentencing since the implementation of realignment. And before I walk through some of the data that we've collected, I just want to share a little bit about the background. If you weren't aware, CPOC, I agree with what Paul said, too, in terms of the magnitude of the change that public safety realignment has brought to the criminal justice system in California, really. I kind of describe it in the same way in terms of just really a seismic shift. And CPOC supported realignment. It was one of the first large organizations that came out and supported the governor's proposal. And that was because CPOC wanted to be a part of a solution to the problem that was confronting the state at the time in terms of responding to the three-judge panel. And now we just had another turn in that saga. But CPOC wanted to be a part of the solution. Among the things that we've said and continue to believe as probation chiefs around the state is that when probation is properly resourced, and that there's the application of evidence-based practices that really correctly identify those folks that can be served at a local level, it makes a distinction between those that need to be held in secure confinement, need to be incarcerated. But when probation is properly resourced, that community supervision, evidence-based community supervision, can make a difference in outcomes. So I'll speak a little bit more about that later, but I want to lay that foundation. We can go to the next slide. So one of the things that CPOC has done is created a data committee. Actually, go back before that. We'll stay here for just a minute. And we pulled together a data committee that is collecting data around split sentencing, among other things impacting realignment. And we're collecting it for all 58 counties. So the data that I'm going to walk through is just through December 12th. So it's just through 12/12. And so I'll talk a little bit about some of the trends that we've seen in split sentencing and some of the diversity of how it's been used. Now we'll go to the next. So in this slide, among the things we see is that through December of this last year, actually the use of the straight sentences, as Paul described as well, but those that are getting straight jail time has started to decline, actually towards the end of the year. Split sentences as you see on the slide, have averaged roughly about 550 a month. But where we are as a state average right now means that about 75% of all offenders sentenced to local custody will leave prison without a reentry plan and without supervision, and subsequently with the level of services that those individuals will have received will depend upon what they received in those different jails. But 75% of the sentences right now, statewide, are just straight sentences, and they're coming out. They're no longer parolees. They're not PRCS population. They are our citizens and our neighbors. In terms of the inconsistent use of split sentencing, some of the larger counties are actually using it less, although Riverside County, of the larger counties in the southern region, has the highest percentage through these figures at 60% of the Riverside County 1170 sentences split. I can tell you in San Diego, we're by the end of December at about 24% of split sentences. You can stay here for still another second. But ours is trying to trend up. So the larger counties is actually skewing the data. Now I can hear myself. Just to reiterate a point that Paul made, and I think is a really important part of our discussion, is that when sentences aren't split, we probably are missing some of the opportunity of the impact that realignment was intended to achieve, because these individuals, as they leave, not only are not getting supervision, but they're not getting the benefits of basically what split sentencing offers the opportunity. This is a Mac Jenkins opinion of reentry sentencing. And I think that opinion is shared by my colleagues, but it offers the opportunity for reentry sentencing, where you can actually start from the beginning with if your county does a pre-sentence report or even an initial assessment, to address the needs, identify and address the needs of these individuals. And if there's an effort to provide some services while they're in jail, to continue that when they return to the community. But absent that, this work isn't happening. We can go to the next slide. Now, what we did see through December is that the local prison terms have actually exceeded the state projections. It started to come closer to what the state originally projected that we would see countywide. I know in San Diego County, again, at one point, we were about 20% above the state projections in San Diego County. Statewide, through December, that was about 15%. And that absolutely had an impact in some of the local counties, particularly on some of the sheriffs and some of the jail capacities. You know, I do know that obviously some jails very quickly came to capacity, but there are some jails that have continued to have some jail capacity. When CPOC recently engaged with CDCR and was talking with CDCR about how to respond to the three-judge panel's order, among the things that we recommended, and we recommended away from what we see right now, the early release of the 10,000, we recommended that CDCR look to a capacity option and look to some of those counties that still had some jail capacity. And if you remember, that is what CDCR did propose back to the three-judge panel. But there are still a number of counties, as this slide indicates, that have received a higher percentage of of local sentences than what had been projected. Next slide. Now, I'm not sure if people on the webinar hopefully can see this slide, but what this does is this kind of shows you statewide what the disparity is in terms of those counties that are using split sentences and those that are not. The darker green areas have higher levels of split sentencing, and largely that's in the central part of California, and Sacramento have used split sentencing at a higher rate. CPOC is still concerned, obviously, as I hope everybody is, about the lack of split sentencing statewide. The mean percentage of split sentencing is 45%. 45% is the mean. but the average statewide is closer to 25% of local sentences being split. Now, again, that's skewed a little bit. LA County, if you weren't already aware, was at one point as low as about 5% of the local sentences in LA County were being split. I think recently I've seen that that percentage may be up to all of 7%. And if you, I know that our colleague Chief Powers was just quoted in a Los Angeles Times article where he was making a pitch to his Board of Supervisors about how there was a very real need, certainly in LA County, let alone statewide, to increase the use of split sentencing. I mentioned already that Riverside, among the large counties, was at the 60% end, but the other counties are hovering around about 20%. And this next slide just kind of gives, shows the realignment populations, including those individuals who have been sentenced to mandatory supervision. In San Diego, we call them MSOs, mandatory supervision offenders. But this also shows you what the trend has been like on the post-release community supervision population, PRCS, because those are two new groups that realignment has created that become the responsibility of your probation departments. So through December, that was about 40,000 individuals, about 35,000 on PRCS and about 5,000 on mandatory supervision. And with that, that is the last of my slides, kind of showing what we are statewide.
Great, thanks so much, Ben. Are you seeing that, I know we don't have all the counties for the most recent data, are you seeing any kind of trends as far as split sentencing after this period?
I mean, in terms of a significant shift upward? Or
yeah, any big changes?
not big changes. I know Kevin, our colleague who works with on our data committee, actually is collecting some of that data, and we'll be publishing that relatively soon. We just haven't gotten all of that data from all 58 states. But it's still trending, I think, generally in the same way. We haven't seen sharp increases as yet.
Great. Does anyone have any clarifying questions?
Isn't it true that most probation departments, and this is not meant as criticism, but I think just put some of these comments into context. My background, by the way, 31 years in public safety, 21 years in Inglewood PD, about 11 years at West Sac PD, and then about 3.5 years as the state parole director. Wish that had been reversed, because the state parole director assignment was absolutely the most intellectually, professionally stimulating thing I ever did. I wished I knew what I know now when I was a police chief. I'd have been better at it. But, and I've really made a study of this ever since the summer of 2006 when I was lucky enough to get asked to do that job. But I think there's some context that would help people maybe be a little less angst up about what's happening here, like parole as an example. Everybody tracks that the state of California is the only state other than Illinois who demands that everybody goes on parole that came out of a state prison. Only other one. Illinois is backing way off of that as we speak and has been for the last 3 or more years. We were the only one that said if you went to state prison, you went on parole. Huge numbers, huge numbers. 155, 160,000 on parole in the state of California when this is 2006, 7, 8, 9, 10. An unmanageable set of facts. Parole violators, about 66,000 of those a year. Average term for a parole violator, 91 days. Average time it takes to get out of the reception centers in CDCR, there's 11 of those puppies, about 112 days. So, you know, the overall effectiveness of parole violations and parole supervision, and I ran the thing, and I don't mean any disrespect to those people, questionable. Caseload's well over 100, not uncommon. Not uncommon at all, especially if you're not a sex offender. So when we talk about what's happening in probation all across our state, it seems to me, in fairness to a wonderful profession, they are grossly underfunded. Not lost in this discussion is, as we speak here today, most counties in the state of California are able to supervise somewhere in the low 20%, some less than that, percent of people sentenced to probation supervision are actually supervised because they don't have the people. And also not lost in this discussion, and something that I would hope that maybe we, as an outcome of discussions with people who care enough, as all of you do here, and myself included, care enough about this topic, not lost in this discussion, the infrastructure these folks need to get this done doesn't exist. I can tell you as the state parole director, there were millions of dollars unspent every year, virtually in every county in the state, for programs of all kinds that went unspent. Because try to go to a city council or a board of directors and say, look, I've got this vendor here and he wants to provide heroin, methamphetamine, and alcohol and drug abuse training or treatment for the local gang member, robber, the people we need to program. He can provide that kind of treatment at a fraction of the cost, incarceration costs, $55,000 a year to put somebody in our state prison. That's assuming they're healthy. Our state system also has the oldest population in the nation, and I'm 60, and I know I'm more expensive to keep alive now than I was at 30. The aging hurts. So when you go to these boards and you say, hey, look, I can do this, and they say, great, go to the planning commission and pull a use permit. Not happening. Not happening. And so until we, I think, the leaders in this room decide we're going to get out and speak really candidly with the public about the realities of the population inside our prisons, the realities of programming, the realities of getting this onto our streets, and you know, again, not to be disrespectful, but the reality of the conflicting agendas just in this room. Not lost is the fact most everybody in this room is either elected or works for somebody that is. And one of the more shocking things that came to light when I was the parole director, I go into the governor's office. I've been there all about 6 months, and of course my background's all law enforcement. And this person looks at me and says, you know what's wrong with you, Tommy? And I said, well, you know, I'm midlife. There's lots of things wrong with me. No. You think that politics and doing the right thing belong in the same sentence. I say that respectfully. But until there's some like-mindedness to all of this, I think we're going to climb an awfully steep uphill battle. And we're starting to see it in some places. But, you know, when we talk about what we're talking about today, I think, respectfully, the fact that we have folks who are elected judges, as just one example of the puzzle, who really understand the staffing and programming capabilities of their local probation department, and that drives their hesitancy to impose split sentences because they don't think they can be supervised and they don't think there's programs out there. We need to talk about how we can turn that around.
Thanks, Tom.
So,
I really appreciate that. So what we're trying to do right now, I mean, just because I know this is what I'm trying to accomplish, I really want to get the facts out first, and so that we all have the information before we start, because as soon as we all are very, well, I know I'm opinionated, and I know darn well Tom is, so what we want to try to do is to get the facts out, and then we're going to have time for discussion about it, okay? So did you have a question, Tim?
Oh, no, I had a...
You had a pin?
But see, I appreciate what you're saying, because I'm sure my colleagues as well would want to weigh in on some of the points that you're raising,
Sure.
so we can talk, you know, again in some detail about how probation, both as a statewide association, and how individual counties have addressed some of the points that you've made. So,
Right.
but I can reserve those until
Right.
later.
And we are making note of the issues that are coming up, so that way we won't lose anything, and then we'll be able to add to that if we've missed things,
Sure.
so that we know we'll capture all the information. Okay? So I want to assure you you'll have plenty of opportunity for that. So we're going to move on with Elise. I think, is she back on?
Yes.
Hi,
I'm here.
Elise.
Hi. I apologize. I don't know what happened. I'm on a landline, but lost connection. So
No problem.
what I started to say, and I'm not sure when it disconnected, is that there actually is very little evidence, what I would consider true evidentiary kind of research on split sentencing. We did do an analysis of split sentencing in Maine many years ago when we were doing the National Institute of Corrections project, and there's also been some analysis that was done in Oregon. As you probably know, split sentencing isn't always called that, but it looks a lot the same, and many jurisdictions do it. Some of them split it with prison, some of them split it with jail, and that's often based on the sentencing structure and the time allowed for in a jail setting, incarceration setting, versus prison around the country. One other thing that we have seen is that sometimes in split sentencing you see people who end up, when they return from incarceration, whether it's jail or prison, are on both probation and parole. I can tell you that what we found when we studied the use of jail as a part of split sentencing in Oregon, and what we found when we we looked at it in Maine, is tremendous disparity in the way it was used, which, you know, a little bit what Mac was just saying. It really varied from county to county, and when you looked at the individuals, when you sort of drill down into the people, what you saw was not just disparity by county, but disparity by offenders. So in other words, offenders who were similarly situated, had similar criminal history, had a similar current offense, you know, everything else sort of lined up, even the risk level, that they were treated quite differently from county to county, and that raised a lot of concerns. When we looked in Maine, what we found when we compared people who did not get an incarcerative sentence or who got a very short one, say 30 days, when they were first put on probation compared to similarly situated in terms of criminal history and current crime into a longer incarceration sentence, either in prison or in jail, say upwards of, you know, a year, and then were sent back a number of times, that the people who were put directly on probation that were low or medium risk, or kind of what I would say low to low medium risk, not the high end of medium, did better when they did not go to incarceration first, unless it was a very short time. The longer they were spent in incarceration as a part of a split sentence, similarly situated people, the worse they did. And, you know, that comes from the risk principle that we know is that the more intrusive the sanction for lower level risk offenders, the worse we tend to make them in the criminal justice system. So, and you know, there's also issues around really long probation sentences, and I certainly recognize the value of making sure that someone who has a great deal of fines or restitution to pay off, that they are given time to do that. Some states have found other ways to do that, so they keep the probation sentence relatively short and then use a more administrative way to manage the payment of additional fines and restitutions that need to be made. One of the things that Oregon did to address this was develop an administrative sanctions process, which did a couple of things. It really looked at sort of the cost-benefit analysis of the various kinds of sanctions, including jail, and then decided to, you know, it's a kind of a complicated system, and there are probably improvements since then, but is to essentially assign custody units and allow for a certain amount of jail time depending on the seriousness of the offense for people who were going to be going on probation. And then it limited the amount of time that someone could do on revocation, because what we found in Maine was people did very long sentences kind of on the installment basis. Oregon actually limited the amount of time that someone could spend in incarceration as a part of a probation sentence. And the revocation time was 6 months, and that included some people on parole. And upfront jail time maximum was about 90 days. And for some people it was less than that. And they were only allowed to use 1/3 of that sentence as a part of the initial sentence. So let's say someone gets 3 years probation and gets 90 days of jail. They would get the first 30 days up front. The other 60 days were held as a part of an ability to use as administrative sanctions throughout the period of supervision. You know, there are other states who have tried to put similar kinds of things into play. I think, you know, I think split sentencing has some value. And I know that with the California realignment and people doing some of their, what would have been a prison sentence in some cases now at a local jail, you know, there's a lot of wonderful things going on in California around realignment. Some cautions I would give you is to think about what we know around the science around recidivism and maybe make some of those decisions around the risk of the offender to recidivate versus just looking at every individual case and the crime and, you know, take into consideration the actual risk of the offender at the time of the sentence. Think about how you might limit the amount of time up front. make sure that you really think about whether or not a structured sanctions kind of, program would make sense in California. Could that be statewide, as it is in many states, or would that need to be by local jurisdiction? But, I think that's a process. I know parole had been through that process in California. I think it's a process that you really have to bring all the stakeholders together and take a look at that. The best of those structured sanctions systems include what the risk of the offender is and what the seriousness of the violation is, and then also try to look at a set of positive reinforcers for doing well as sanctions for doing poorly. And then think about, what kind of resources you have, because a lot of what we see, where jurisdictions are really grappling with this, whether it's prison resources or jail resources, is trying to have some structure without losing the ability to have flexibility and use professional judgment, but to have some structure around the way they manage their incarceration resources and their supervision resources, so that people who are on supervision truly are supervised because there's an adequate amount of resources to do that, and that there are both the treatments and interventions as well as sanctions available that are appropriate for the right person, and that the jail and prison space is also used most effectively in terms of getting the best public safety you can for the best cost. I would also greatly encourage that you, as a state, really evaluate this and look at the disparity of treatment or that there may be by county or by jurisdiction, and look at it as based on not just the amount of time used or the amount of people who go to jail, but look at it based on the demographics and similarly situated people, and then also look at the recidivism and compare those, because I think when we use that kind of evidence and kind of data, it helps us really think through how to get the best possible public safety and best outcomes out of the resources that we have.
Thank you, Elise. Does anyone have some clarifying questions for Elise? Okay, great. Thank you so much, Elise. We really appreciate you providing that to us. So our next presenter is Magnus Lofstrom, who's a research fellow at PCIC, and he's going to be talking about county factors that can help explain the differences in the use of split sentencing. So thank you for being here, Magnus. We appreciate it.
Thanks. Great to be here. You want me to have a
Here. Oh.
I got Linda's lipstick here now. Let me start by a little advertising. We have an event next Friday, a week from today, here in Sacramento, where we're going to be looking at realignment. We're featuring Linda. She's going to be there, as well as Matt Kate. We have Sheriff Adam Christensen, as well as Tony Hancock, having a panel discussion about various realignment issues from the perspective of counties. We also have a couple of publications that haven't been publicly announced yet, but they're up on our webpage. They're not on split sentencing, but they're on realignment, and they're focusing on jail. One is on the impact of realignment on the county jail population, various impacts that we see there. And the other one is on looking at bail and bail schedules and how that affects jail population as well. So they're on our webpage, and there will be a public announcement going out about those, but that won't happen until, I believe, Tuesday next week. So. Anyway, so let's move on to the topic here. So I'll be talking about split sentencing more through the lens of jail population management, and particularly in the context of capacity-constrained jails. And I think most of us, if not all, are quite aware of what realignment did to the prison population. It very quickly and dramatically drew down the prison population by, say, around 27,000. And most of that drawdown really happened in the first year. And let's go on to next slide. Do that.
Apparently lost the connection. We're trying to get it fixed.
One
There
more.
we go.
All right, great. So we have a pretty serious drawdown in the prison population, and again, as I'm sure many of you are aware, this has had an impact on the county jail population. And we see a substantial increase in the county jail population in a short period of time. And if you look here, from September 2011 through September 2012, which is the most recent data point that we have right now, we see an increase in the county jail population of about 9,000 inmates. So it's about 12%, and that's a pretty dramatic increase. It doesn't match, as you can tell, the increase that we saw, the decrease that we saw in the prison population. So let's move on to the next slide, please. So this, not surprisingly then, has created some capacity challenges for our county jails. And our county jails were facing some capacity challenges even before realignment. So, but realignment has added to that kind of pressure that county jails were facing. We see this in a number of measures of capacity constraint. We know that there are now 18 counties that are operating facilities under court-ordered population caps. That was 17 before realignment, so we've had one more since then. When we compare the jail population to the rated capacity of those facilities, we see that by June of 2012, 16 counties were operating above the rated capacity. Compared to the year before that, there were only 11. I don't know if that's only, but we see certainly an increase. And if we take, on a statewide basis, compare the average daily population to the rated capacity, we've been above 100% now every month since February of 2012. The concern with all of this is, of course, that the lawsuits that the state prison system faced and experienced, that has been shifted to the counties. There's some evidence of that as well. We now see 4 counties that have been either sued or threatened with lawsuits: Alameda, Preston, Monterey, and Riverside. So certainly some indication there that the county jails are facing some capacity constraints. So let's move on to the next slide. So with that in mind, what are then some potential responses to these capacity constraints? One obvious one, it might not be a particularly attractive one, but one would be to increase capacity. And I'll show you some data that talks about that in just a minute. Another tool that sheriffs have is to relieve some of that pressure with early releases of sentenced inmates, as well as releasing more of the pretrial detainees as well. But in all of this, with realignment, split sentences were introduced as well, and we might want to think about that as one potential tool to help manage the challenges that the county jails are facing. So that's really what I wanted to do here. Quickly just take a look and see if there is if there's any evidence in the limited data that we have with respect to capacity constraint and the use of split sentences. We've already heard about the wide variety in the use of split sentencing, so we thought that was worthwhile taking a look. And the starting point here is, and I mentioned that there were 18 counties that are under court-ordered cap. What you might expect then to see is that there will be more use of split sentences in those counties that are under court-ordered cap. Let's go to the next slide. Yes. But that's not at all what we see in the data. So I split up all the counties here in whether they face a court-ordered cap or whether they do not. And we see a couple of things here. The first column just shows you what the average daily population. We see that a lot of the inmates are in facilities in counties that are under court-ordered cap. The second column shows us what the ADP is compared to the rated capacity. And then we see that the ADP over rated capacity is actually greater in those counties that are facing court-ordered caps. So they're clearly facing some serious capacity constraints there. One of the responses that's really obvious in the data is that we see an increase in these capacity-related releases in the court-ordered CAP counties, and that they're substantially more common there compared to in those counties that do not face such constraints. And then looking down the road as well, we see that the planned new beds through AB 900, which wasn't passed with realignment, it happened a few years before. But those, the majority, the vast majority of the beds that are being planned, the expansions are in court-ordered CAP counties. But then for the last column, we see that Flint sentencing is used much less in the counties that are actually facing these court-ordered caps. So that's not really what we would have expected to see if this was a tool that counties were taking advantage of with respect to their the challenges they face with their jail population. Let's take a look at next slide, please. So if we then go on and just look at a few counties here that are in these two categories, and what I wanted to see there was, well, within, say, the CAP and the no-CAP counties, do we see any pattern there that the ones that are facing capacity constraints measured by ADP over-rated capacity, are they the ones who are using split sentencing more frequently? And we've already got a few of this stats cited here by Mac, and we see that there's no evidence in the data here to suggest that. We see LA with only 5% here. This is going up to June of 2012. We see only 5%. We see Riverside, as we heard Paul mention, they're using it quite a bit. 60% of split sentences of the 1170Hs are receiving split sentences in Riverside. There is no clear pattern there. We see this variation in the data, and it doesn't at least look like it's something that the counties are taking advantage of with respect to their capacity constraints. Similarly, when we look at the counties with no cap, there's no real pattern there. So what I did then, let's go to the next slide please. I thought about, well, there might be, some other, obviously, there are some other factors that might contribute to these county differences in the use of split sentences. And some of those possible factors that I want to take a look at was, well, the first one is that counties really differ in terms of the dose that realignment was, that everyone was not actually receiving the same kind of treatment based on this observation that counties rely differently on state prisons prior to realignment, and they continue to do so. And those counties that relied most heavily on state prisons prior to realignment, they're the ones who were going to have, get the most of the realignment dose, because the drawdown in the prison population from those counties was going to be the most. So measured at, the changes in the number of folks who are being sent to the state prison over their county population is really the measure that we're using for the realignment dose here, roughly speaking. We could imagine also that the pre-realignment jail incarceration rate might actually provide some information why counties are or are not using split sentences. We could also imagine that the underlying crime rates is something that might also explain to some extent these differences as well. Maybe those counties that had really high crime rates were more reluctant to issue split sentences. And lastly, we can imagine that there's some, underlying or county differences in the sentiments regarding these crime control policies that could also shed light on these differences. And what we're using here as a proxy for that is actually the share of voters who approved Prop 36. I was hoping when I thought about taking a look at this, this is great, doing some analysis, running some regressions here, we're going to be able to say something about, we see a clear relationship between this particular factor, county factor, and the use of split sentences. That was very frustrating because I found no patterns, and it really didn't matter how I sliced and diced the data. I really could not find any relationship between the use of split sentences and these factors that we're looking at here. So that was rather frustrating. But anyway, that's what we see in the data up to this point. All right, let's move on to my last slide here. So I think that, really it's disappointing that the data really doesn't shed light on this, but I think that there are the kinds of discussions that we're having here today are hopefully going to give us some information about why counties differ so much in the use of split sentencing. And I think it's really, truly important that we do start to understand why it differs so much. And we heard Elise talk about, the possibility of some of the effects of split sentencing as well. So I think that it is something that we really want to learn more about. What are those underlying reasons? Why is there a reluctance to using split sentences? And it is just from the perspective of, amongst other reasons, the effectiveness of split sentencing. It's looking at the various outcomes. Are they better? And what kind of things work in terms of split sentencing when it comes to programs, services, and treatments that the county probation departments can provide. So it's important that we understand that as well. And what are the consequences of ignoring those subtle points, but the differences? There are incarceration and incapacitation effects potentially also having an impact on public safety as well. So in order to understand what those kind of consequences are, it's really important that we understand what drives the differences as well. And that's going to be some key pieces of information for the states to have and the counties to have for realignment to be successful and in the interest of public safety as well. That's it.
Okay. Thank you very much. That was very illuminating, to say the least. So our next presentation is...
Can I ask one question?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot to do that.
Is there any work being done around the fact that the bail system in California is an offense-based system? If he does X, this is his bail. And we recognize that I think the number runs somewhere in that 65–70% of the beds occupied in our county jail system across the state are pre-sentencing people. And it seems contradictory that we've got an offense-based system that decides bail, and a lot of these people can't afford $1,500, much less anything else, to get out, when the other side of the system, probation and others, parole, everybody else, is evidence-based. And what the implications would be of moving our bail system, maybe being creative enough to move it off of a purely monetary system or at least run the bail system along the lines that judges and others are making the decisions around based on evidence-based risk assessments and not just an offense-based system.
It's not my area of expertise, but there's research around that. If there's anything ongoing in California, nothing that I'm aware of. I think it is hugely important. I think you have a fantastic point there that there is potentially opportunities there to move us from relying on bail in order to make sure that the detainees in the pretrial stage are returning to appearing for court, but it's also the impact of public safety. You can imagine looking at risk assessment and using that kind of information. And it's used in a number of counties as well, so it's something that's being used, but statewide analysis and examination of the consequences, there's nothing that I'm aware of today. But
if I can, I think there's a simple answer. The answer is yes. Many counties are developing pretrial programs. Probation's doing some. Throughout the state, there's a significant movement to do pretrial efforts with risk needs assessments to decide who should get in and out of jail.
And I should have mentioned, too, when you speak, can you say your name so people on the phone, since they can't see you? Sorry.
I spoke. I was Mac Jenkins. Okay, Phil Cater, sorry.
Thank you, Bill. Yes, Judge Manley.
Just on this issue of release, we're using a validated risk needs assessment now, and what the data is showing is a substantial increase in the number of recommendations for release, and particularly in crime types where they were never made before. So that does not necessarily mean the judge will follow them, because it's up to the judge. But to me, it does what is being said here. I can tell you an actual, at least in my county, you've seen it, and it will have, I think, in the long run, in the long term, an effect on the jail population.
Other clarifying questions?
And there's also a bill currently on the governor's desk. This is Wayne Billowit with Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. There's a bill on the governor's desk that will codify what judge's authority already is to reduce the bail based on a pretrial risk assessment. So there is some movement in that general discussion. The Little Hoover Commission has done an entire discussion on that, but there is a bill sitting on the governor waiting a signature now.
Great, thank you. Other questions? Okay, great. So we're going to move on, and we're very excited about the next presentation. This is David Farabee. Oh, where'd he go? Oh, there he is. I'm so sorry. His name tag's fallen down a little bit there, so it's hard to see. But David is with UCLA, a very long, long title, which I should say that there are bios in your packet, so you can read up on everyone. And he's going to talk about, and he and Matt Jenkins, right next to him, will be talking about the importance of supervision and treatment in reducing recidivism. And, you know, a lot of people have commented about the treatment side of things, and so we've got two people that are experts in this area, and we're really pleased you're here to talk with us. So we're starting with David, I believe. Here we go. I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the invitation to participate in today's meeting. Am I audible, by the way? I've only got just I think 10 minutes. So, oh, no, you're not audible. Louder?
Yes.
Oh, I'm not audible. I've got I think 10 minutes. I have 10 slides. So I'll just jump in. I think you know, obviously when you're talking about split sentencing, you're talking about the kind of the relative effectiveness and the mix of incarceration versus community supervision. So let me just touch. I've got a couple of slides. We'll go to the next one. Touch on the research on both of those. Why do we incarcerate? Well, you know, obviously retribution, incapacitation, general deterrence, and to change people's behavior going forward. But if you'll advance it again, I think prison does those first two very well. It's often maligned. I'm using prison, incarceration period, does those quite well. There's plenty of good evidence that prisoners find, or inmates find incarceration punitive, more so than the general population would, or I'm sorry, less so than the general population would, but still they find it a punitive sanction. And incapacitation, we just done something for the Department of Corrections and just discovered that escapes are almost a thing of the past with technology. So it does those very well. And if you'll click again, when it comes to general deterrence, in terms of just kind of keeping people in the general community from committing crimes because of the threat of incarceration, beyond the kind of the main effect of just having a police system and a criminal justice system, there's not much effect for the marginal effect of severity. So we have a criminal justice system, and that kind of keeps people in check pretty well. And what we found, and other researchers have found, is that if you increase the marginal severity of those sanctions, you don't really get much of a payoff. In terms of behavior change, prison itself has not been shown, among a number of reviews, has not been shown to be, again, prison and incarcerated jail also, something that reduces recidivism from those who were sent. That's including that's the general effect of recidivism, as well as whatever we do to them while we have them. It doesn't seem to be, in fact, the reviews I've looked at show anything from a neutral effect on recidivism to up to an 8. I think that's so one. There's 10% increase in recidivism relative to having just been served your sentence up in the community. So the next slide. Whatever you think about incarceration, one thing is true, we do a lot of it. We incarcerate at a rate of maybe 5 to 7 times higher than our kind of the people we normally kind of look at to compare Western Europe, Canada, and it costs about 10 times more to lock somebody up than to keep them under community supervision. So next slide. That said, community supervision is no panacea either. This is I cobbled this together from reports from the Bureau of Justice Statistics over the last 2 or 3 decades. These are the kind of the percentage of folks who successfully complete either probation or parole nationally. And as you can see, one, we have pretty flat lines. We haven't had any great sea changes as long as we've been keeping record in our effectiveness. And you can see for parole, it's generally 40 to 50% successfully complete. Higher for probation, although in California, California probation success rates are more similar to that of the national parole figures here, about 45%. So we're dealing with a tough population, and we're getting kind of mediocre results in changing behavior. So the next slide. What if we looked at the literature? We thought, and for guidance. Well, one of the things we would learn, what we've seen, is that if you look at the analyses of certainty and the swiftness and the severity of punishment, certainty and swiftness come out way ahead in terms of predicting recidivism and deterrence relative to severity of the sanction. In fact, they've looked at studies where people get randomly assigned to judges, some of whom were quite draconian in their sentencing practices, and some of whom are not. They don't find any difference in when they do long-term follow-ups in recidivism. There are many other studies I could cite there. There's also, going back to the certainty issue, it's not a linear relationship. It's not like if you go from a 1% chance of being caught to a 2% chance of being caught that you see any difference. What you do find is behavioral economics shows that we're not that rational. It's all based on perception, and it really kind of begins to tip at around 30 to 40% likelihood. You don't get that. None of us want to live in a country where we have a 30 to 40% chance of being caught anytime we do something wrong. It's a police state. But we do have the opportunity to do that when you have people under community supervision. When you're watching them closely, that's at least something to shoot for, is a 30 to 40% hit rate in order to maximize the certainty effect. And then the last one there, and then before that, swiftness and certainty are much more under the purview of correctional community supervision than in the general population. So it's one of the great strengths of community supervision is that you can catch somebody and you can do something with them, levy some kind of sanction, much faster than you could deal with some of the general community. Would you maybe get to arrest them, and then they go through a series of the full criminal justice process before something happens. So next slide. Some examples of this. The Washington, D.C. Superior Court, I forgot the year, maybe 15 years ago, randomized folks to either a sanctions, testing and sanctions docket for drug-using offenders versus we've got you, we're going to maybe test you once a quarter, you'll know when you're going to be tested, and we want you to treatment. And they found that just the testing and sanctions group, they had better outcomes by 20%, better lower drug use and crime, and it cost about half as much. And the Hawaii Opportunity Probation Enforcement with Probation Enforcement, I keep reading the acronym, HOPE in Hawaii, most of you probably heard of it, where the judge calls you in and they say, from now on, when we say you have to do all these things, we actually mean it. And if you test positive once, we're going to test you more than once a week at the beginning. If you test positive, you immediately go to jail. And what they found was a 50% reduction in arrests and a 2/3 reduction in positive drug tests. And then the 24/7 program in South Dakota, where repeat DUI offenders are called in and they pay for themselves $1 per test. They go in and they blow in the morning and in the evening. And if they test positive for alcohol, and people who live in remote areas where there's little patches, again, immediate sanction. They've had terrific, that's been very popular in South Dakota. Those first two are experimental studies with random assignment. The second one, the third one, has not been subjected to something that rigorous, but they've got the great preliminary results on that as well. These are all testing and sanctions kinds of, these are all putting the screws to people in the community and watching them closely and saying, you have a very high certainty of a sanction. And by the way, it's not going to be at the beginning anyway. It's not going to be a very high severity sanction. It's going to be, but it's going to be high certainty. So if we go to the next slide, is that really the next slide? Did you? Oh, there we go. Okay, so the tie-in is here is how does this fit with treatment? Because right now I'm just talking about testing and watching people and giving them quick, certain, and low severity sanctions. But one of the things that Angela Hawk and Mark Kleinman found in that evaluation of the HOPE project, and now the next slide, please, was about half of the people actually believed the judge and said, well, I guess he's really serious, so I'm just not going to use during the course of my probation. They never tested positive again. And another 28%, I think probably just thought, oh yeah, I've heard this before. They used, and then when, 3 days later they were in jail. They said, okay, I get it now. They're serious. So that's about 80% who never did it again. Either didn't use it all or tested the waters once and said, oops, got it, not going to do it again. So this raises the possibility that instead, so here's the tie-in with treatment. I'm not saying don't just, that we shouldn't treat anybody, but I'm saying I think we over-incarcerate, I think we over-treat. I would rather, this begs the question, why would we be offering treatment resources to the folks who never, all these folks who would have normally, if you just did an ASI or some kind of screen, a self-report thing, or looked at their history, all these guys would have been sent to treatment. Using this, if you hit it one more time, also we've got to split the line there, split the distribution, you could actually rule out about 4 out of 5 of these people and say, let's not waste our time and money treating these people who kind of get it and can control their behavior enough with the threat of sanctions, credible threats of sanctions. And let's focus on this 20%, this 1 out of 5. So we can either treat everybody in a very perfunctory way, or we can focus on this 20% and give them high-quality, intensive services that we actually think might stand a chance of doing something. And that's where we go to the next slide. The idea of basing the treatment decisions on their behavior. Self-report is ghastly with this population. It's bad with anybody. I'm always shocked when household surveys reveal any drug use because I would lie on this stuff. People ask me about sensitive questions. I'm always shocked at the number of people who fess up to bad behavior. And we have studies where you compare self-report with biological samples, and it's like 80% of guys who test positive for heroin lie about it. So if we base our treatment decisions on self-report, we're missing. We have a lot of error in our assessment process. If you base it on their behavior, that's a much more concrete thing to look at. And the behavioral triage approach, then what you're doing is you're allocating the treatment resources based on their behavior. If you demonstrate that you don't really need it, then that's fine with us. And by the way, anybody who says, I haven't tested positive, but I still need it, they still get it. But if otherwise, if they say, I don't need treatment, and I'll demonstrate it for you, by the way, I'm not going to test positive, then why not? Why not focus those resources on the folks whose behavior demonstrates that they do need it? And the next slide, and I think the last slide, just a few summary points. Testing and sanctions alone, and by the way, when I talk about testing, this can be used more broadly. Urine is great because it's a nice concrete thing to measure, but you can, it's verifying that they're following what is prescribed in their probation or parole plan, and immediately, and not letting people screw up 10 times before you then bring it a serious sanction, but instead catching the first time they do something wrong and giving them a mild sanction. Has been shown to be highly effective. But it has to be random. The testing has to be random and frequent, and the sanction has to be swift. And certainly, you can't just tell your PO that you had an argument with your wife that day, or things have been tough, and they can't just say, well, all right, well, just don't do it again. You have to have certainty built into the system. Severe sanctions are not necessary to produce behavior change. And lastly, again, the tie-in. For those who do require additional help, as defined by their own, demonstrated by their own behavior, that behavioral triage model also increases adherence to. There are some good, promising pharmacotherapies out there now that aren't fun to take, but they're highly effective. So if you basically, it's for drug use. If you're an opiate user and you're being tested all the time, all of a sudden taking naltrexone or Vivitrol or Suboxone may seem like a pretty appealing alternative because you're being watched all the time. And the same thing is true for psychosocial treatment and other programs that they're referred to. If they know that a no-show immediately results in a night in jail, you're more likely to get a bang for your buck for these other efforts as well. And that's all I have.
I'm Karen Shane from the Women's Foundation. I'm wondering if you've
done any gender differentiation in these studies?
I haven't. That's not something I look at, aside from maybe including it as a kind of as a control variable, but I haven't.
Do you know of anyone who has?
Oh yeah, we have every woman at our center is looking at the gender kind of split in things. So I can give you any number of names afterwards.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Yes.
I'm just wondering,
Did you say your name first? I'm sorry, go ahead.
my name is Sean Rowland, and I'm just a licensed clinical social worker. And it sounds like this model may work as long as the sanctions exist. But the minute the sanctions are over, so it's off probation, off parole, would there be the risk that the person would go back to using?
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. And we don't know yet because there is a follow-up going on for that Hawaii group, and the data are not, the results aren't in yet. I think you're probably right. I think there's going to be some attenuation of these effects. Contingency management is by far, and this is not just, contingency management, if you're not familiar with it, is you come in, it was powerful behavioral treatment for drug use. So I would forget counseling. I'd say come in 3 times a week, and every time you give me a clean urine, I'll give you $2 the first time, 4 the next time, I'll give you 8, or whatever. It'll increase. In studies, you can make like $1,200-1,400 by testing clean all the time. And what happens is people test clean all the time. And then the study ends, and you do a 1-year follow-up, and they look a lot like the guys in the control group a year later. So one of the things, one of the questions is, for me, and related to yours, is, okay, so is there a time period? I get it, that you can't, yes, you can put people under a lot of scrutiny, and they'll be good. But can you put them under a lot of scrutiny for a long enough period where they stay good? 16 weeks is the usual trial for these contingency management studies. That's not enough time, we can tell you that. 3 years, maybe by 3 years, you've kind of quit doing those things and kind of created a new lifestyle for yourself. But I don't know. I'm hoping that's the case. But
the common terminology for this is white knuckling it, is you're not using, but you're also not in recovery. So I guess it seems very different than what I'm used to sort of in treatment, where you get treatment, you actually change your lifestyle in sort of a deeper way. Versus
well, if I stop using for 3 years, I've likely changed my lifestyle. I probably don't have that vacuum. I've replaced it with something that involves you're not using drugs. But it's not a therapeutic intervention. It's a behavioral one.
Okay, well, we're going to try to move on now, and Max is going to talk a bit now also about treatment.
Actually, what I'm going to talk about is a little bit of a follow-on, but I'm going to talk about it more from a standpoint from community corrections, community supervision, and relationship with treatment. Reminding that we're focused on split sentencing. And if we continue to use split sentencing, the community supervision part of split sentencing means that there's a responsibility on our entity, probation entities, the probation chiefs around the rooms. And so just following on what Dr. Farabee just talked about, what I'll cover here is really some practices, some suggested practices. So to my colleagues around the room, might not be anything new, but if you're not a probation officer, you don't work closely with probation officers, I'd encourage you to take a look at what I'm going to walk through and then maybe go back and engage your probation partners in your respective counties and see how well they're doing some of these things. And even before I go through this, we use the term evidence-based practices a lot. And I want to, this is not an evidence-based practice presentation, but what I'm trying to talk about here is the practical application I'm suggesting of some of the evidence-based practices of community supervision. When I use that term evidence-based practices, I'm referring to a document, at least is very familiar with it because she was one of the authors, that was released by NIC in 2004. And it talked about a collaboration of practices that from a meta-analysis that showed when those practices were applied with fidelity, there was good research that showed that they were successful in recidivism reduction. So first slide. I think in terms of starting out, it's important to kind of put a context to the probation role and the probation mission. So what you see there is that how we define our mission is that we do have a community safety mission. The probation department does have a community safety mission. Again, I'm talking about supervision and treatment, but it's important to understand that we try to achieve our community safety mission, frankly, in working with treatment. But we focus on achieving community safety by recidivism reduction. And recidivism reduction is best achieved by behavior change of individuals. So a lot of people, when they think about probation, and when I say a lot of people, I'll say people outside of our industry, people that aren't familiar with probation, they think that we have a identity crisis, if you will. They'll say, probation, you're a law enforcement, aren't you? Or some people will say, no, you're a social worker, aren't you? The truth is we're both. The truth is that we have to, if we're going to apply the probation mission and achieve the probation goals, we have to apply the balanced approach philosophy of probation supervision. And the balanced approach philosophy is literature that came out in the late 1980s. So what the balanced approach is really about is holding individuals that are under our charge accountable, largely from a probation standpoint, to the orders or requirements that a court has imposed on them, but at the same time trying to engage them in services to achieve a behavior change. So next slide. So, and this is a little bit of a Mac Jenkins influence, and so my colleagues later can kind of, they can agree with this or they can disagree with it. But in terms of applying the probation mission and in terms of balancing supervision and treatment, I suggest that every case-carrying probation officer that all of you work with, or those of you that have worked for you, have to apply a broker services model of case management, meaning that part of what the challenge is, we're not primarily responsible for service delivery. We are not necessarily the deliverers of the intervention services, but we have an obligation to make sure that the individual is engaged with them. That itself does vary. There are some departments up and down the state who absolutely use their probation officers as primary service providers, particularly around cognitive behavioral groups. I know that some of my colleagues have trained and have invested in having their probation officers be the ones who actually are doing specific cognitive behavioral programs. I'm not saying that's right, I'm not saying that's wrong, but I'm just saying that from a case management perspective, and specifically in a case management perspective, that's just one model of it, broker services model. The responsibility is to make sure that we achieve our mission by making sure the individuals are engaged in services. What you see there next is a typical outline of the elements of case management. And if you are familiar with the 2004 NIC document about evidence-based practices for community corrections, you recognize an infusion of some of the elements of case management that I've listed there. It says assessment, planning, linking, monitoring, and advocacy. But we suggest, and I believe the literature supports, that among the keys when a probation entity successfully applies the case management principle, the key is offender engagement. If you're familiar with some of the work by Dr. Jennifer Skeen, who's done a lot of work around the balanced approach philosophy of probation supervision, she's produced a number of studies that showed more effective outcomes when there was evidence that the probation officer had engaged with the individuals on their caseload, as opposed to the surveillance compliance model of probation supervision. That's when a probation officer, I'm suggesting to you, only leans towards that enforcement role. So the balanced approach role, the case management role, is when the probation department successfully achieves that balance. So some of the work, again, shows that when there's engagement, applying the balanced approach, it's successful in recidivism reduction. Next slide. So again, what some of the literature talks about, it identifies some of the things when probation is using the balanced approach, working with treatment, some of the things that should be targeted in a case plan. Some of this is common sense. We would think it's anecdotal, but this is also what we see in the research. Substance abuse treatment, and I'm going to talk more about that a little bit later, particularly based on the point that the doctor just made in terms of when substance abuse treatment really should be a mandate in a case plan and when maybe it shouldn't be. But mental health issues should certainly be among the case management issues that should be addressed. Other treatment issues. Now we call that out because a lot of times when we think about treatment, all we hear is substance abuse treatment. But there actually if you do research around some of the predictors of recidivism and some of the drivers of criminal behavior, you will find that criminal thinking is a predictor of criminal recidivism. That is, that individuals who are in the justice system who don't associate with a pro-social lifestyle actually, and if you really want to go farther, read some of the work by Stanton Samanow, who produced a book that talked about the criminal mind, and he identified 52 errors of thinking for criminal offenders. So criminal thinking is actually one of the factors that should be addressed in a case plan. Employment and vocational skills, obviously life skills and educational issues are also things that a probation officer or probation entity, when applying the balanced approach, addressing case management issues, we should see in a case plan. Really, really quick commercial, if I may. San Diego County was one of several counties in 2005 that employed the SB 618 model, which was a reentry plan. And that's where it started out with the probation officer who wrote a pre-sentence report developed a life plan case plan that was designed to follow that individual into a CDCR commitment, and they were supposed to and did receive services based on that case plan while they were in CDCR, followed by intensive case management when they returned to the community. And SANDAC out of San Diego just released a study of over 5 years of the 618 model application in San Diego County, and it showed significant lower recidivism from the 618 participants from other parolees who had gone through the traditional commitment to prison. And I forget the specific percentage as I sit here right now, but I do remember the projected dollar savings, which projected a $10 million local savings from the application of the principles that 618 applied. And among the things that were found there to make a difference in the recidivism rate of the two, and again, the 618 participants did better than did the non-618 participants, was some effective treatment, be that substance abuse or cognitive behavioral, but the others were housing, stability in housing, and some services that focused on employment readiness or employment skills. So next slide. This just is a message to the supervision entity who's responsible for working with the individuals. It kind of flows from the areas that should be targeted in a case plan, but among the things I encourage, or I think we should be training our probation officers to look for as they're working with individuals, again, from a split sentencing standpoint. Obviously, we want to monitor their drug use. We already just heard the efficacy of random and effective drug testing. Treatment attendance is a behavior that when we, from the supervision entity, work in concert with treatment providers, something that we should be aware of and responding to. The doctor mentioned contingency management. He used an example where individuals, I think you talked about drug testing. When they drug tested clean, they received an incentive. There are other models around the country, around the state, that reinforce treatment attendant. Instead of threatening a negative sanction if you don't go to treatment, they're positively reinforced for successful engagement in treatment. And again, I already talked about thinking errors. Criminal associations is a significant predictor of recidivism. Who the individuals hang out with, both on the juvenile side and on the adults, who they're primarily interacting with, is a very significant predictor of how successful they will be, as will be the poor use of free time. Again, and going back to the document about evidence-based practices of community supervision, what it tells us is that we need to target the free time of the highest risk offenders, and then obviously compliance with the supervision terms. Moving forward a little bit. Next slide. These are some suggested competencies for the case managers or the probation officers that are working in concert with treatment and supervision. Things that these officers really need to have. We're suggesting to you, I'm suggesting to you, to really apply with fidelity some of the principles of the evidence-based practices of community supervision. And you see the first one there is engagement skills. That officers really need to understand that developing some sort of rapport with the individuals that they're working with can be a key to how successful that individual will be. Also, you see there's cognitive interventions. If you're familiar with the work of Dr. Chris Lowenkamp, he's done a lot of work around a number of cognitive behavioral interventions that are competencies that case managers and probation officers can develop that will have some success in facilitating behavior change. This next one, as I turn off my phone, is a key also to what the doctor mentioned before, the science of addiction and the difference between abuse and addiction. If you are familiar with the work of Dr. Doug Marlowe, you know that when we manage drug offenders on our caseloads, there is a difference between an addict and someone who abuses. The addict will continue to use despite adverse consequences. The abuser will not. So when we talk about the swiftness and certainty and celerity, what we know is that those that are abusing drugs that may not necessarily have a chemical dependency towards them, those are the ones where we should be targeting for the more swift and severe sanctions. Whereas the addicts under supervision and engagement treatment, there really should be a continued treatment focus. In other words, the point is we don't deal with them the same, we won't see the same outcomes. And everyone that works with drug offending individuals should certainly have some knowledge of how drugs impact with the body. That's why psychopharmacology is there, and understanding what relapse prevention is all about. Because a well-designed supervision strategy and supervision program puts us in a position, and again this has relevance to mandatory supervision because we're responsible for them during the community supervision piece. If we have a good understanding of relapse prevention, effective supervision strategies can intercede before the relapse occurs, because relapse is largely a process, not an event. Not the use itself is the last part of a relapse process. And then another competency that we're strongly suggesting here is that case managers, officers, when they're working in concert with treatment, be familiar with the stages of change. Some of the work by Dr. Carlo Di Clementi that talk about some real definitive stages that individuals go through when they change behaviors. Next slide. And these are just some suggestions as we try and combine the effort of supervision and treatment, community supervision and treatment providers. Certainly encouraging that relationship be as seamless as possible. I am a drug court practitioner, a collaborative justice practitioner. A lot of what I've learned in terms of what's effective in reducing recidivism comes from my experience in working with drug courts, which have achieved a lot of these things really well. So I talk with my officers regularly that there must be a seamless relationship between us and treatment providers. And what that involves is obviously establishing some regular ongoing communications, making sure that there are appropriate releases of information in place. The doctor talked about the problems of self-report and triaging. There should be an ability to validate what some of the offenders are saying to the treatment providers, and the way that gets validated is by having a construct in place that allows for the supervision entity to share specific information about criminal history and about other things that we know about some of the individuals that we work with that can be used to validate what otherwise might be presented in just a self-report format. And also we're talking about there certainly should be a united front that comes back to working as seamlessly as possible. Next slide. Okay, now I'm going to close here because I was asked to talk a little bit about issues relative to supervision and treatment, specifically with those individuals that may have a mental ill diagnosis, co-occurring disorders, however you want to describe it. Those of us that have been doing this for a while now know that among the populations that we're responsible with, there's a higher percentage than we otherwise would have acknowledged of individuals that we work with that can have a mental health diagnosis. So these are some very simple strategies that certainly should be a part of any case management approach to those individuals. And this is targeted towards the supervision entities, not necessarily targeted towards the treatment providers themselves. But a probation officer with individuals on their caseload that have a mental health diagnosis should know something about the diagnosis and know the behaviors that are associated with it. Just as there should be a concerted effort to know the availability of the psychotropic medications and their potential side effects. And from a supervision and case management standpoint, be consistent and have a predictable structure. And looking to work with those individuals to engage them in positive community supports. Caution here that those probation officers that work with adult offenders with mental ill diagnosis will frequently find a concerned and engaged family, largely parents, that can be guilty of enabling the offender and can actually kind of get in the way. But what some of the literature talks about is that these individuals that are successfully engaged in positive community supports actually can do well in compliance with general terms and actually can successfully complete their supervision periods. So another caution is don't dismiss the offender as a resource. There's a tendency sometimes to think this guy has a mental illness, so I don't really want to listen necessarily what they have to say, but the suggestion here is not to do exactly that. Continuing on, Chief Oakes of Sonoma County and I served as representatives from CPOC on a statewide task force called the Collaboration Between Criminal Justice and the Mental Health Systems, and we produced a very detailed report with a series of recommendations to practitioners on both the mental health side and the criminal justice side about things that should be incorporated when working with these offenders, and I'm just highlighting some of these here. And one of these things is really key. It speaks to mandatory supervision, that the process for reentry should begin prior to release. Specifically with mentally ill offenders, those reentry plans should include the housing plans, the effort to continue the medication upon release. The plan should address transportation issues that include transportation to future mental health appointments, and again, the other individuals that will be involved in working with the individual who has the mental health diagnosis. I think,
would you mind kind of doing a summary? We want to get the judges in before lunch, if that's all right.
This is my last slide.
Oh, great, thanks.
I think. Oh, and these are just some suggestions of things to look for during those different stages of change as you see the behavior change from these individuals. So I think let's just walk through contemplation, preparation, action, and then after this is my last slide. This is the action stage, the maintenance stage actually. Some suggestions: they recognize their appointments, they notice changes in their medication, and they will make sure their medication is not run out. So that's all that I have to say.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we're going to just take a couple of quick questions because we really have to move forward, but go ahead. Yes.
My name is Jim Eager. I'm the Chief Public Defender from Monterey County. And what I hear is what I believe. And I think we're all after public safety, which I define as behavioral change and reduction in recidivism. And the topic being split sentences. There's a number of colleagues here, Mac Jenkins, Judge Manley, et cetera, who've worked with drug court and therapeutic courts. And to accomplish behavioral change and reduce recidivism, Dr. Farber indicated incarceration does not work. Supervision and treatment and continuum of services, whether they are behavioral or housing or mental health or medication, et cetera, are principles that have been proven effective over the course of many years. And that's why I think that the effective use of split sentences combining supervision and treatment will promote public safety, and by not using them and just incarcerating and eliminating supervision and not providing treatment, we do a disservice to public safety.
Right. So remember, just clarifying questions. Anybody got any quick where you didn't understand something that Max said?
Are we going to have an opportunity to go back to that? Because that was an outstanding presentation that has a lot.
Let me recover that ground. We are going to have time for discussion later. And what we've been trying to do is get the facts out, then get the perspectives out. So we're not going to try to debate with everybody at the time or have that discussion. We're going to do it at the end once we've got the whole picture. Does that sort of make sense? So hold your, those kinds of things, and just make a note of them. And then we will be coming back to it. We set aside time afterwards, after this first part to do that.
And I did have
yes. So great. So we really want to try to move on with our discussion with our judges. We are really, really fortunate to have 3 judges. I think Judge Tynan isn't on yet, but Judge Manley, of course, Superior Court Judge with Santa Clara County. Judge Back is the presiding Superior Court Judge with Ventura County, and of course, Judge Tynan is with Los Angeles County, and Judge Back and Judge Tynan are on the phone. We're not sure Judge Tynan's not on yet, right? Oh. But I think Judge Manley is going to try to provide some introductory kind of remarks, and then the three of them will be commenting on that. So go ahead, Judge Manley.
Let me first note that Judge Tynan, who is very, very knowledgeable, particularly being in Los Angeles and knowing a great deal about treatment and services, he was called out to a homicide case. And so I don't think he's going to be able to be on the phone, but Judge Back is very experienced and a presiding judge and well-versed in what is taking place as best we know in courts. Now, I want to make sure everyone understands that, we're only speaking for ourselves. We do not go out and conduct surveys. I think there's some misconceptions about what judges do and don't do, and I want to try and clear some of the stuff about in terms of sentencing. It's individual. You can do research and so forth, but it is individual. Judges have an obligation. Judges have discretion. We do not set policies on our benches or in our courts as to how judges are to sentence. That is improper, and to my knowledge, it is never done. Many of my colleagues disagree with me regarding sentencing, and that will always be the case because that's the way our system works. I also think that, unfortunately, there are some misconceptions that can arise because of some of the terms in realignment. Mandatory supervision is one of them. Because if you don't know this, probation has always been an option in sentencing unless it is prohibited. We can't place a felon on probation. And however, a defendant can refuse it. All right, now as to mandatory supervision, the defendant cannot refuse it. So one might assume that despite what the judge hears and listening to everyone, and in the end the judge decides this is going to be a split sentence, there is going to be mandatory supervision, and that's the end of it. And that is absolutely true, but it's not necessarily reflective of reality. Because sentencing is more than just the judge. It is the defense attorney, it is the prosecutor, it is probation. And they all have input. And most importantly, the defendant and victims, if they are present or being represented by the district attorney. They all have input. And therefore, it's not something where a judge alone just goes out and does something. All right? I think it's very important to understand that. There is great variation between courts in terms of sentencing. That's already been alluded to. I also think that it's important to understand from our perspective in terms of sentencing that this is a much bigger picture than just split sentencing. All right? I am now sentencing individuals who have been placed on mandatory supervision for violating their mandatory supervision terms. All right? Things move very fast in the court system, and we have many domains that we have to work on and work with. And therefore, you have to look at the whole picture. The other thing that I would urge everyone in this room to understand about judges, and I say this very sincerely, I work very hard in our educational programs. I have made a number of presentations about split sentencing. I strongly support it. However, this is a mammoth change for us, just as it is for probation and for parole. This is a real change for us, and therefore it will take time. I am not that concerned that there are only 25, 24% of split sentences in the state, because the percentage is rising. I would like to see it higher. I think it should be only personally, I think it should be a lot higher. But I think you have to take the long view. You have to understand that judges it's as hard for us to really change the way we do things as it is for others. Now, with that being said, I also want to point out something that was that has been discussed, but I think it's important to understand it in terms of judges. We follow mandates. We follow directions from the legislature. We don't make policy. The Supreme Court may make some policy that is provided for under our Constitution, but trial judges, we follow what we are told to do. Now, to me, the most important thing that we have to keep in mind as it relates to split sentencing is that the legislature said to us that judges must consider evidence-based practices in sentencing. Now we talk about this word, and when I talk to judges about it, and I make presentations on evidence-based practices, this is something new to us, to most judges. They don't understand what this is or how it works. We're used to recommendations from probation that just give us big global terms, like substance abuse treatment or something else like that, mental health treatment. We're not used to other things and to considering that necessarily in sentencing. So that's a big change for us. And I think that what we all want to do is achieve these goals. I think judges really do want to follow these new mandates. You know, we are supposed to be supporting community-based programs. We are to, for the first time I've ever seen it, judges should, it appears to me as I read the legislation, be involved in helping to reduce recidivism, which tends to me to indicate we ought to be using a lot more split sentencing. So why don't we? I can't answer that for all the counties and all the courts. I can tell you this. I think there are some real challenges, particularly related to evidence-based programs and practices. One challenge is, and if you'll just follow me on this, I gotta watch my time, is that many, those of you who are familiar with our system know that a very substantial number of crimes have the lowest sentencing range, which is 16 months minimum. The mid is 2 years, and the aggravated, which judges generally never get to, is 3 years. Now, with that trial, for so many crimes, even including crimes involving victims who have suffered real losses, the amount of time for supervision and treatment and services is very limited. I just received a case from a judge yesterday who gave a mitigated term to the very person Mac Jenkins was talking about, mentally ill, decompensating in jail, 16 months county jail. Split this way, 8 months jail, 8 months supervision. Anyone who thinks that the behavior, the treatment, can change that individual in 8 months doesn't know what they're talking about. I've been doing this for years. We need more discretion to give a longer period of supervision and treatment to those who need it. And if there's one message I would like to give you, it is that. Many courts are very tied to a probation model. My court, we sentence a lot of offenders who should be sent to prison or should be given a 16-month jail sentence of 24 months with aggravating factors and enhancements. We don't do that. We place them on probation, and the maximum sentence is 1 year, but there is 5 years available. We don't use it all, but that's available for supervision and treatment. And I think it's really needed. That's a real factor that leads us, many judges, not to want to do split sentencing. And I'm talking about what judges say to me when I try to encourage this. They say, well, why should I? When it's not going to be effective. Show me how it works, man. That's what they say to me. And it's hard to explain it, because I just gave you an example where I told the judge, I'm delighted to take this person. I will do everything I can, but I don't know if it'll work. The next factor I think is very important is the defendant and the defendant's choice. The defendants have more to say now than they used to. Defendants will often say to me, I'll take more time if you don't give me a tail. I don't want supervision. I don't want Matt Jenkins help. I don't want these people that screwed my life up. And the public defender is there representing them and may well agree. All right? And if that's the case, why would the district attorney argue with somebody taking more time than the district attorney even thought they should get? You see, so these factors come into play. It's something you've got to be concerned about. Also, many courts do not, unfortunately, have the time, the resources, the probation. It's already been mentioned that there's not enough resources to get the kind of reports we need. And that slows us down and leads us away from making, I think, more split sentence decisions. Because what we call waived referrals, that's where everybody says, well, all we want are the credits, how much time has he done, her, and we just want to know what the victims have lost. That's all we want. Another problem to me, and I think the most important one, well, what's the most important? We have got to create a system of trust where judges can really trust that by using evidence-based practices and placing somebody on mandatory supervision, they really will get help, they will get treatment, and the services are out there. And so I think we need to recognize, number one, evidence-based practices do not work in a short period of time. Sure, there are a whole lot of people that don't need them at all right? And I agree with that 100%. But those who need them, you can't, and unfortunately in our system, the high-need, high-risk person may not be your robber or your murderer. It may be someone who is simply charged with auto theft or a substance abuse crime, obviously, very high-need person, potentially. We need more time to work with them to make this work. I think we need to have, we got to have a recognition that there's not enough treatment out there. All right? Matt Jenkins talked about it. I'll tell you about it. I believe in cognitive behavioral therapy. Not for me, not for my probation officer, but for the defendant. I have people that can't stop, and parolees who just can't stop committing crime. They need to learn how to think differently. It's old. It's not brand new. It's been around. Dialectical behavioral therapy, I believe it works too. It's not available because you got to pay for it. You got to have it in place. We don't have enough substance abuse treatment. I hear that again and again because we have such demand. The PRCS population needs it. Okay. Now we have this population. Then we have probation. We can't forget about the others. We have to treat them and put them in appropriate programs. So I really advocate for more funding, which is strange for me to say, but I do. Not for the courts, no. I advocate it for probation and treatment because if we don't have something out there that's real, people aren't going to use it. So I'm going to stop there, except I want to add one thing. There is another big problem with mandatory supervision, and that's victims. We have got to find a different way to deal with victim restitution. Because under traditional probation, when you have 5 years, you can cover, but I see people coming before me where they're real victims who have suffered out-of-pocket losses, where the defendant needs to get a job. That's going to take time, right? That takes a lot of work by probation to help them get a job and figure out where to go. Then they need to start paying, and it's going to take them time to pay. And we have no time, so we got to consider that. Now I want to let Judge Batt make his comments.
I agree with everything you said.
Come on, you don't.
Okay, I don't necessarily. Happy first day of summer to everybody. You know, what we've heard so far is so instructive, and Mr. Zellerbach said it from the get-go. This is the biggest change to the criminal law in California since determinate sentencing, but we can't lose sight of this. I mean, it is huge. I'm trying to think how to visualize this. On Monday they're going to have the first episode of The Dome from Stephen King and Steven Spielberg. Well, that's kind of how realignment got dropped on us. And from a judge's point of view, though, as soon as that went into effect, we had to follow all those details in the law, while other aspects of what we needed are going to take time to catch up. The development of programs, the recognition of those types of things that we're talking about today. Also, the law is not static. It has morphed significantly since October of 2011. And so when we look at split sentencing, I think it's important to, focus on that, but not lose focus of the global picture of what realignment is. It is going to take a lot of time. And from a judge's point of view, our subtitle here is Considerations in Imposing Split Sentences. And for some, it might be a euphemism for saying, why the heck aren't judges imposing more split sentences? And like Judge Manley said, there's a culture and there's trepidation and there's concern by judges who are first trying to follow the letter of the law, and then second trying to absorb, all that's been coming at us with realignment. And there's cultures within all of our own respective justice departments, PD, DA, behavioral health, public defender, everybody. I mean, probation. So it takes a while to, steer that ship to a more successful realignment approach. I really like what Mac Jenkins said. I am aware that relapse is an event, a process, not an event. And as he said that, I'm thinking maybe that's the way to look at split sentences and realignment. It's a huge process. A split sentence is not an event where the judge just decides, okay, I'm going to split the sentence. So internally, for me, with my own colleagues, and they think I'm crazy, I've said, are you kidding me? This is an opportunity for us. This makes us better able to be judges. Because if you think about it, and it was commented on earlier, in the past, we pick the triad, we send the guy to prison, and we wash our hands. We're done. I mean, that's the way it used to be. But now we have that opportunity to work closely with our fellow justice partners and make something a whole lot more that will benefit, obviously, not only that person, but the community and victims as a whole. So I think it really is an opportunity, but it's going to take a while, just as Judge Manley said. I mean, some practical considerations that we've looked at recently. This is why the split sentence must be looked at globally. We're trying to develop, because we don't have one yet, a reentry court. And so the statute specifically calls out for parolees the possibility of a reentry court. The statute specifically calls out for post-release folks a reentry court option. The statute doesn't call out the mandatory supervision for a reentry court, but having conferred with the likes of Judge Cousins and others, there's absolutely no reason why we can't put mandatory supervision folks in a reentry court. And then, though, we have to look at our other justice partners who tell us, okay, though, be careful that you don't mix the high offenders with the low offenders. So we're thinking, gee, maybe in our reentry court, what we're going to have are the high-level post-release folks with the mid-level mandatory supervision folks with the low-level parolees. My point being, if you just look at split sentence, what are we going to do? It loses the bigger picture globally of what we really have to do. The other thing that I think realignment is neat for is if we are not already all sitting around the table feeling comfortable with each other, and by that I mean probation and behavioral health and PD and DA and NGOs and the courts and everything else who should be there, realignment almost compels it. We got to get over ourselves individually and be able to sit down with the whole group who can work together to make this happen. One thing, I'll just be a little bit cynical here, and I don't mean to be offensive, but with realignment money, one of the concerns that I have, not just looking at it globally, is it should not be an opportunity for somebody to seek money to do anything other than use it for realignment. It shouldn't be, oh, there's that next money source out there. Let's backfill something else we really want to backfill with by trying to get this realignment money. No, we got to get that. Any monies we get for realignment has to be devoted to the joint efforts that we all have to employ. So, I mean, I think with, we all know because, our mothers told us that patience is a virtue. And we can't let the frustrations of what realignment has delivered to us deter us from, what we feel are going to be appropriate ends. Now, we have to be diligent at the same time, though. We can't just be complacent. But I think the things that Judge Manley commented on are really, I agree with almost wholeheartedly. I have to disagree with something. I just couldn't tell you what it is right now. But I think the point is that I think sometimes people come into court and they go, well, the judges, they kind of know the law. They know what's going on here, and we'll just put it in their laps, and attorneys will happily say, submit it. And the judges will look at them and say, thanks a lot, guys. You don't seem to understand. We need you to give us all the information so that we can then assess it and hopefully make a better decision with everybody's input. And it's going to take a while for judges to be comfortable with employing split sentencing. You know, in our county, we only have right now two places available for any type of drug in-house treatment, and both of those are also populated from people out of our dependency court. So we got waiting lists, you know, miles long. The development of those programs is going to take time. But in terms of, we may not like certain portions of realignment, but as Judge Manley started out saying from the get-go, it's the law. That's what we're required to do. And that's another way to convince maybe some of my recalcitrant colleagues, like, it doesn't matter whether you like it or not. It's the law. Let's make it work. And the philosophy behind it really is pretty darn well founded. Okay, I like Judge Manley could just flap my lips forever, but I'm done.
Thank you, my friend. That's it.
That's it? Okay. So questions from folks, and this is time to engage with this. So.
Oh, and by the way, those lists from Mac Jenkins were great.
That was good. I like that. Sure.
We'll take it.
So you go to Ventura.
No, they were great.
So comments, questions? Yes. Comments, questions? For Judge Backer?
Not to keep talking about Mac's presentation, but having been the state parole director, the fundamental flaw that I saw, one of the key fundamental flaws was probation and parole think like that. But many of the other stakeholders in this process don't. And that's why I said early on that if I could be a police chief today versus when I was, I'd be better at it, because out of not knowing and just genuinely not knowing, police chiefs and sheriffs and DAs and others can derail this process quickly and significantly. And until I think that's a great roadmap, we all at least understand and embrace the logic and organize ourselves around it accordingly, that there is a like-minded desired outcome here, and play accordingly, we're going to goof each other up. And that was certainly my experience as a parole director. If you don't have a sheriff that wants to cooperate and a presiding judge that wants to cooperate, and don't lose sight of people like city managers and county chief executive officers who have some fundamental understanding of this or assigned staff to understand it and can discuss policy and budget and those kinds of things intelligently, we're going to send these people, and they're, you know, at the end of the day, the criminals are part of our society. We're going to send them into a system that is counterproductive.
I think that, and I'm going to start with my usual disclaimer. I'm married to a judge, and who was a 30-year chief deputy DA in Fresno, so I'm at all corners conflicted. But let me say this. My experience after 35 years in probation and 8 years as the chief has been, if you give judges alternatives, they'll take them. They will, if they think you are meaningful and they think you've got something that's available to them locally, they're going to grasp at that and let you take a shot at an individual that's before them. I think what happened, and I thought District Attorney Zellerbeck referenced this earlier, when you talk about predeterminate sentencing in 1977, when that came into play, a couple of things happened at that juncture, and it's interestingly enough, same governor, by the way, that did both of these antics. Who I'm going to work for, so I get to say that. What occurred there was they started to withdraw money from the locals, and as that money dried up, the crime rate stayed relatively the same. You've all heard Joan Petrocelli give this speech. It did not dramatically go up, but the instances of individuals going to prison did, and it was because there were a lack of alternatives locally. And well, the system continued to fund juvenile probation pretty readily, frankly, and you see that crime rate going down even with juvenile realignment. Adult probation was underfunded year over year over year over year. And so this infusion, albeit, what did I hear Chief Dyer from Fresno say? It was like trying to drink water from a fire hose. And I thought that was a really great analogy for realignment. It became fast and furious. This infusion, I think, is going to take some time to roll out and be productive in terms of meaningful alternatives. So I think splits will improve. I can tell you that since that December date in Fresno, we've gone from about a 31% split, and we're up now around the 64%. And that's because we've given all the stakeholders in our community something else to look at. So I don't think that, you know, there are certain judges that are just fussy about it. We have one judge who just says, I'm not going to split. So I try not to talk to him directly about splits because it makes him fussier. But, you know, you have to recognize the fact that we're shifting cultures again.
I just add, I think, you know, just 2 points. One, I think to all judges, what's critical is integrity in sentencing. And I think the more judges become educated, the slides that show this, I had thought that those judges in counties with overcrowded cap jails who are seeing all these releases, for example, Los Angeles is under court order, you would see a lot more split sentencing. And I think that's because you want the right people, the person that should be punished should be punished. You don't want to have an early release, because then the entire power over sentencing is not with the judge, it's with the sheriff. It doesn't matter whether this person has committed a more serious crime, and in the view of everyone except his attorney and himself, he should be punished, and the judge has ordered it. He gets out, and the guy that stepped in is the one that should have, everybody thought should probably get treatment, but we're going to not do that. You know, that's, to me, the worst of all worlds is when unfortunately, the sheriffs are put in the position of having to be the judge. The other thing, I really, and I didn't mention this, but I want to stress it to this group, I really think that the courts need to become more a part of the community partnership. I know it's very difficult for us because we got in trouble in one county when the judges on the board made a recommendation or voted on something, and so we've kind of had to withdraw. But I think, you know, it's really important because sentencing is so much more than just a judge.
Judges need to be at the CCP table.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have a question that has come up a couple of times, and this is discussions, and this is for the judges. I know that some judges are looking, and I heard this in your presentation, Judge Hanley, to sort of demonstrate to their colleagues how this works. Now, how does this work? Have you given any thought, or has anybody given any thought into how we can best illustrate how this works to, obviously, judges and other justices? It's brought up very differently than
well, you know, I can only tell you what I know, what we are doing. I mean, we actually have made some progress in this. And I think that's one of the reasons our split sentencing has increased. And the way we do have a reentry court that Judge Back wants to, and I hope he does create, while he's presiding judge in his court. And we have started to use risk need assessment, moving high-risk offenders, particularly the ones Mac talked about, who are mentally ill, who are using substance abuse. I mean, when these issues, move them into a review calendar and move them into a reentry court. So to try and demonstrate that there are actually services out there, and then to encourage the probation department to actively tell judges what the risk is and what the need is. Now, there is, in my county, I think there are others too, there may be a strong feeling by the defense that that information should not be given to the judge. All right, that we should not be telling the judge things like that, although we see the criminal record. But the risk needs assessment, to me, is absolutely critical, and it is in the best interest of the defendant, because if you don't have that information in front of the judge really, in splitting sentences, so what we're trying to do, we actually now have the beginning of it because we're getting it into the probation report. I just wish we had more probation reports, and again, that's a question of not sufficient resources. But I think these are the things you need to do. You have to, and then as Judge Vack said, you know, you've got to put money into treatment, because judges are not going to believe. We have been sentencing, I can tell you, and I think Judge Vack would agree with me, or any judge, we receive reports for 20 years that say, order the defendant to participate in substance abuse treatment and other psychological or appropriate programs, employment, and so forth, as directed by probation. You give them no resources, and you don't have those services, you see. So we have come from a culture where you maybe don't think any of these things ever happen because you keep seeing the person. So when you actually get a specific, they're going to go to this program. We have a reentry center. They're to go there to get benefits, so that when you make your order, then I think judges start to see that, you know, splitting this really does make sense. And that's what we're trying to do. We're not there yet.
I just wanted to share a little bit. It's Max Jenkins again. One of the points you made earlier, Judge Manley, I think is so really critically important when you were just talking about, you didn't use these words, but I heard them used before. I mean, judges are independent contractors, but you did make the point that a presiding judge or an executive officer can't say, okay, from this point on, we're going to split X% of our sentences. We understand that can't happen. So in San Diego, we have a large number of judges. I forget exactly how many are on the criminal bench. And this also might speak to data that I shared earlier that talked about, you know, in some of the large counties, but for Riverside County, we're on the lower end in the state in terms of the number of split sentences. In San Diego, when after realignment hit, when I started going around and talking to the bench officers in San Diego, what I heard pretty consistently, one, frankly, a lot of the judges still weren't well versed in what realignment was, but what we heard consistently was, why should I give this defendant another crack at probation when they've already failed? So in other words, they were saying, Max Jenkins, Chief Probation Officer, what are you going to do differently? What are you going to do differently that can tell me there's going to be a better outcome? Which is why I made some of the other points in the presentation about supervision and treatment, because that's, for me to answer that question, for other chiefs to answer that question, whether or not they've had it. Sometimes split sentencing is about the level of trust, I think, that the judge is going to place in their probation department to deliver a different outcome. So we are dedicating some consistent effort to that end, because in all candor as well, in San Diego County, when realignment hit, some of our outcomes with those individuals that were placed on mandatory supervision were not very good. They recidivated at a higher rate. We didn't do a great job in getting them into services. So one of the specific steps that we're taking, and this is just a San Diego County application, we do have a reentry court, but now with our mandatory supervision offenders, we're actually integrating into the community supervision piece, in effect, a mandatory supervision court, where we're applying some of the things that I talked about earlier in the presentation, where there's a pre-release plan presented in front of a bench officer 30 days before that individual goes onto community supervision or mandatory supervision. And then there are report backs afterwards during the community supervision piece. And we're trying to structure it not unlike the structure we see in some drug courts, with a focus on getting them into the services that we talked about. And I will also say this too, because it hasn't come up before, but we could have talked about this when we were talking about supervision and treatment. We are in a position where we're able to lower the caseloads of the mandatory supervision officers. I don't expect those to exceed more than 30 per officer. We're close to that right now. The rest of my adult officers don't like that because they're 3 times that. But to allow for better engagement along the lines that we've talked about, and keeping the court informed as to what is happening with the individual that now is finishing what is really a prison sentence in the community. So keeping the court informed as to what's happened, and hopefully we'll be replicating that sort of a model during the different regions of San Diego County. We hope to see our percentage increase from, I reported earlier, was just at 24%.
Great, thank you. So we have a few options here. We try to kind of sense where things are going and meetings try to be flexible. So, first of all, I really want to thank Judge Back and Judge Manley. I know Judge Manley has to leave to go to another meeting, and I think that was a really great discussion. So we have some options here. What we're behind, and we have the group of we have a couple prosecutors here as well as a public defender to talk a little bit about their perspective. We also have the probation chief, and we have Sheriff Moore and police chiefs as well. So we can either continue with this, where those are like me asking them questions. We can have somebody else ask a question, so we can have more discussion with them. Or it sounded, what I was hearing from some folks is it might be better for people to have more discussion now. That there's some pent up, we got to talk about this. So we're really open to the will of the group because the important thing is to meet your needs today. I do want to be respectful of the people who have come to be able to talk about, their perspective, but there's a number of ways we can get out that. So what's your pleasure? What would, or if you have other suggestions?
I'm thinking lunch.
Well, we'll do lunch. Lunch is pretty quick. Okay. We doing okay? Any other way of doing? Okay. So if any time during this we need to change something up, we'll do that. So, yeah. So we do have lunch over here, and please try to limit the time out. We're going to try to scrunch a bit. Grab your lunch, use facilities, those kinds of things. Come right back, and then we're going to launch off with our prosecutors and public defenders. Thank you. So sentencing, we're very honored to have Donald Devane, who is the District Attorney of Solano County, Jonathan Lava, who is Supervising Attorney for the Office of Public Defender, Contra Costa County, and again, Paul Delabach, who did our legal training. So what we're going to do,
Just before then, should we mute our little microphones because we're all eating? Are we being horribly noisy for the people?
well, if we just turned off certain ones around the table, can we do that?
Yeah, if you want to get so many complaints over the webinar that someone's not able to hear you, then you don't have to turn it off. There's only one button on it to press it. The light either goes out or goes on.
So they're on the little one things we have there. There you go. Right here, there's one button, and it's on. It should be green if it's on, and it's red if it's off. So feel free to use those if you want to say that might help. Thank you for that. Okay. So what, kind of thought about it, I was going to ask questions, so what we were thinking was maybe have you guys have just a couple minutes about your perspective, and knowing that then we're going to have discussion, and what we'll do is after you say a couple words, then we'll open it up for people to ask questions. So I don't need to ask the questions, you all just ask the questions. And that way we'll be able to kind of flesh out some of the issues that might be. Does that sound okay with you all?
Sure.
Great. So why don't we start then with John Devane.
Great, and I'm very pleased to say that I was able to convince Judge Manley to stick around for a few minutes so that we could have this exchange. Oh, we did. Is this a mic?
Yeah.
Does that help? Okay, I'm glad I was able to persuade Judge Manley to stick around for a few minutes so that we could have this exchange, because he said some things that I completely agreed with. First of all, I'm Don Devane. I'm the District Attorney of Solano County. I've been the elected DA for 2.5 years, so same time as Paul. And although not as many years in the criminal justice system as Paul. My county is we have not done a lot of split sentences. We've actually done I think 10% of our non-non-nons that we've sentenced of the 540 non-non-nons we've sentenced since realignment began have received split sentences. So we're on the low end of the counties taking advantage of these split sentences. And there are 4 reasons. I was very interested in the study that you conducted. I think it was your study, or the research that you spoke about, because I'm very curious as to what is motivating different counties to offer split sentences and which ones and what motivates them not to. All I can tell you is these are the reasons I have not been pushing for split sentences thus far in my county. One is we've had jail capacity in the county. When we started out, we had plenty of excess capacity in Solano County. Because of the reduction in the police forces, particularly in Vallejo, whose police force was decimated pretty much by the recession, We've had a lot of excess capacity in our jail, so there wasn't any imminent need to find a way to relieve the pressure on the of overcrowding our jail. Had there been that kind of pressure, had our jail been filled from the beginning of realignment, I can tell you I would have been much more motivated to try to utilize split sentences, because I would have been aware that either I was going to be offering sentences which would have reduced the in-custody time of the defendants with the condition that they were going to be released on mandatory supervision, or the sheriff was going to be kicking them out the back door. And so I would have been much more motivated to work out a solution to an overcrowding problem, but I didn't have an overcrowding problem, so that was not an impetus. Secondly, I had no push from either the probation department or the judges to offer split sentences. Our probation department has not been recommending split sentences to date. I mean, they've now started to, as the last couple of months, which I'll explain in a second. And our judges were very skeptical about split sentences. I mean, for the most part, I think our judges in Solano County don't really care for them. And some do, but I think the consensus was they were very skeptical. Third, and very importantly, we had no services being offered by our probation department when realignment came into play that were designed for these non-nons, these three nons, whatever you want to call them. And in fact, our former probation chief, Isabel Boyd, is here. What I did when when realignment first came about is I did an internal study in my office to determine who are these non-nons that we're trying to rehabilitate. And what I found in the year preceding realignment, 2010, of the 173 felons who we sent to state prison who would, post-realignment, have qualified as non-nons, that they had been convicted 4 to 5 times, actually 4.5 times already, of felonies, and they'd already been to prison once or twice. So these are recidivist felons. And if they've already been to prison once or twice on average, and they've been convicted of felonies 4 to 5 times already on average, that means they've been on probation already 3 times. So my question to Isabel at the time, and now the new probation, her successor, the new probation chief, has always been, what programs are you going to offer to these folks, these AB 109 or non-nons, that are going to be effective this time that weren't effective the last 3 times? And since realignment's been enacted, our probation chief has been developing these programs, and I'm glad to say that now it's taken, a couple of year and a half or so, but we now have programs that have been implemented in Solano County starting this past April that are specifically designed for this more recidivist population. So, but that was a major reason why I was not inclined to offer sentences that would have reduced the custody time of the inmates to be put into a program that I wasn't convinced was going to be any more effective than the ones that had failed the prior 3 times. And then now Paul's got a different perspective on that, which I'm sure he'll share with you. Fourth, and the fourth reason why I didn't push for split sentences was I wasn't convinced of the merits or the value of a split sentence versus a traditional probationary sentence. And this is something that Judge Manley brought up. If you're looking at a felon, somebody charged with a felony, who's on his 5th felony, and it's say a petty theft with a prior or a commercial burglary, a 459 second, and he's got say 2 or 3 drug convictions in his past and maybe another commercial burglary conviction in his past, all nonviolent felonies. But he's got, say, 4 prior felonies. He's looking now at a new commercial burg. His top sentence, his exposure is 3 years in prison. Your choices are, if you're going to offer him a split sentence, you could, in the past, what you you might have done as a DA is you'd offer him, say, 16 months state prison because you've seen that he failed probation 4 times already in the past, and you'd say, okay, obviously our probation department is not being of much help to you, and therefore we're just going to send you to state prison. Good luck. You'll be released on parole, and that would have been the end of it. And we would have typically offered a 16-month state prison sentence. Today, in my county, if we're going to offer a split sentence with a 3-year top, we would probably offer something in the order of splitting that 16-month sentence, 8 months custody, 8 months mandatory supervision. And I question the value of that. And from everything I'm hearing today, I'm still questioning the value of putting somebody on mandatory supervision for only 8 months. The alternative would be go back and give them another probationary sentence, which we wouldn't have done in the past, but I think I've heard that counties are doing this more and more. They are offering that 5th probationary sentence, offer them 60 days, 90 days county jail as we did in the past, and then put them on probation for 5 years or 3 years, whatever the term may be. And then at least he's got a longer tail. So that's the trade-off. I'm not saying which one is necessarily better, but I'm just saying that I haven't been convinced that a split sentence is necessarily better than a straight probationary sentence, given the limited amount of exposure a lot of these non-nons have for these nonviolent felonies. So those are the 4 reasons we haven't moved in that direction, but we are moving there. And as I mentioned, our probation department has developed now programs which are designed to treat or rehabilitate these more recidivist felons, these non-nons. They became implemented. They were implemented just a couple of months ago, and I have actually directed my attorneys to look more seriously on a case-by-case basis at offering split sentences. Our probation department is now beginning to recommend split sentences more and more. So I think that, and our jail, of course, is becoming more and more crowded with AB 109ers, where our jail is now 30% filled with 20%, I forget the actual split, but 30% filled with people, either PRCSers or non-nons who would have previously been in prison, and that population of non-nons is just steadily growing. It's at 20% right now, but it's steadily growing. The non-nons in my county, by my calculation, spend 24 times the amount of time in custody in our local jail as the pre-realignment inmate used to do. And that's simply because they're getting sentenced. The average custody time of an inmate pre-alignment in the Solano County Jail was 19 days. It's now 16 months, real time, because they're getting prison sentences in our jail. So that's 24 times the amount of time that the typical inmate used to spend in our jail pre-alignment. Every time we sentence a non into custody, we are, that percentage of non-nons is just going to continue to gradually grow. And so we are going to move and are moving towards split sentences, but those are the 4 reasons that it's taken us this long.
So Contra Costa County, with the exception of a couple of very small counties that don't have meaningful data, has the highest percentage of split sentences in the state. As of the 3rd quarter of 2012, I think we were at about 86%. We believe that we're now in the 90% range. So the overwhelming number of people that are receiving executed sentences are receiving splits. And I can tell you that at the time that AB 109 was passed, we in our office, and I think in the defense bar in general, definitely had some concerns. And I'll talk about those in a moment, but I want to say right up front that some of those concerns have been significantly alleviated by the good work that our probation department has been doing with this population. Our chief probation officer is here today. He's going to be talking about what they're doing later. I'll talk about it a little bit. But some of the concerns that we had don't persist as concerns today. As a defense attorney, we believe that many of the objectives that we have on behalf of our clients are fully consistent with the mission of prosecutors, with law enforcement, and with the bench.
in terms of improving public safety. We want our clients to have meaningful opportunities for rehabilitation, meaningful supports provided to them for reentry. We want our clients to become productive citizens. We don't want them to recidivate. This is what I believe everybody in this room would want. Of course, we want to minimize the incarceration component on behalf of our clients. But because in our view, that component really only serves the penological goal of incapacitation, it's really not facilitating public safety. Most of the non-non-nons, by virtue of the kind of crimes that they are committing, are going to be getting out, and they're going to be getting out in a pretty short period of time. So these are not people who are going to be locked up for, with some very limited exceptions, for 10 or 15 years. Usually it's going to be for 3 years or less. They're going to be getting out, and the question is, how can we best facilitate public safety using the new sentencing scheme to prevent those people from recidivating? So what were our concerns? One of our concerns was that the supervision period, mandatory supervision, that the services that would be offered would be consistent with the services that had been offered historically to people on traditional probation. And certainly I think the success of people on traditional probation in our county was better than people on parole. It still wasn't good enough. And if the same type of supervision was going to be provided, the same high caseloads, the same lack of understanding about appropriate evidence-based practices, then we'd be operating in the same universe, and that was not going to be an improvement in our view. But that is exactly what I think has been one of the biggest successes in our county. The probation officers in the AB 109 unit in Contra Costa are the best and the brightest. They're handpicked by Mr. Cater. They're people that are very experienced. They have caseloads of 50 or fewer compared to 100 or 120 for probation officers who have traditional caseloads. They have specialized training. In addition to their training, they have a lot of additional resources. They can place people in residential treatment beds much more quickly, much more effectively than other probationers and other probation officers can do. So the population is being better served, and because of that, our probation department justifiably can boast about very, very low recidivism numbers for that population. So that initial concern that the way this population was going to be worked with was going to be no different and not an improvement is not a concern at this time. So that's the good part. We have some other concerns that have not been alleviated. Philosophically, I think we were concerned that a executed sentence was going to be perceived by the bench and by prosecutors as another variant of probation. And we have tried to train our people in my office not to look at it that way. If a sentence is going to be executed, they're going to be serving that sentence in a place differently from state prison. But we believe that if a person should have been entitled to traditional probation originally, that they should be getting traditional probation now. And we had a concern, and we still have a concern to a certain extent, that those people that are on the margin, the people that have done a number of stints in jail, who in the previous system may have been sentenced to 16 months, the prosecutor may have been advocating for 16 months, the court might give them another chance at a county year. Now those people are going to have their sentences executed, probably in a split sentence fashion. And there are a lot of very real drawbacks to clients to being on an executed sentence as opposed to traditional probation. It counts under California law as a prison commitment. So that means that if the person recidivates in the future, that for each commitment that they've had, every executed sentence, that another year is added to their exposure. If the offense is a wobbler offense, which means it's an offense that can be alternately charged as a misdemeanor or a felony, under current law, one cannot get a reduction to a misdemeanor of that offense if the sentence has been executed. On traditional probation, if you complete probation successfully, you can. So the person who is charged with a theft offense certain felony drug possession offenses, auto theft, so forth. On traditional probation, they complete it successfully, they can get their misdemeanor. They can't do that if the sentence is executed. You also can't get an expungement, at least not under current law, although there's legislation pending to change that. So an individual who has an executed sentence and completes their sentence successfully is not going to have the opportunity under the code to have that sentence expunged, and has to pursue other types of remedies that are more difficult to obtain in order to try to clear their record. So we have had and continue to have concerns that the bench and law enforcement look at an executed split sentence as another variant of probation and may be more likely to impose a split when in the past we may have had more success in getting another shot at traditional probation. Another concern that we have had is that the duration of sentences has increased. Under California law and the rules of court, as Judge Manley explained, almost all felony charges have a triad. They have a low term, a midterm, and a high term. So in the past, if the individual was going to go to prison for 16 months, that's considered a mitigated sentence, and then they would be released on parole. We believe that in our county, one of the byproducts of the high use of splits is that the total sentence that is being imposed is a longer sentence. We don't see very many people. The 16-month prisoner in the past is getting a 16-month executed sentence that is split, for example, between 8 and 8. We see that population as probably getting 3 years now, with maybe a year on the front end of custody and 2 years of supervision. And again, that's because there's been, I think, a philosophical shift that frankly, we're trying to resist, that this is another variant of probation. So I think sentences are getting longer. I don't think that the courts and prosecutors are necessarily looking to identify aggravating factors that would give that first-term prisoner or person with an executed sentence that it really merits a 3-year sentence or a 4-year sentence or even a 2-year sentence. So the total package is getting longer, but on the plus side, the custodial portion really is not getting much longer. Our splits have, for the most part, not exceeded a year, very rarely exceed 16 months of custody time on the front end. But as I said, it's going to be usually a year perhaps, then followed by a couple of years of supervision. So from our perspective, it's mixed. And it really depends on what you're comparing it to. So if you're comparing a split sentence to traditional probation, we would still like to see much of that population on traditional probation. If you're comparing a split sentence to a fully executed sentence with no tail, then we, of course, would rather our clients have a lesser period of incarceration and the robust services that are offered by our probation department on the end. Yeah, thank you. Let me talk first about a few kind of generalized comments. One of the things that we as the elected district attorneys have been dealing with since realignment went into effect on October 1st, 2011 is a lot of misconceptions about what realignment is or is not. You know, there was that fear that realignment means thousands of inmates you get released early from prison. Well, that wasn't what realignment was about. But also with respect to split sentences, I think there is sometimes a misconception that split sentences automatically means less time in custody. And that's not necessarily true either. And I have discussed with my prosecutors in my office, and I've got 250 of them, that wherein before an individual defendant may have been deserving of a 2-year prison commitment with the knowledge that once that person was released from prison, they'd be on parole for a minimum of 12 months, a maximum of 60 months actually. Now that we have realignment in 1178 of the Penal Code, we as prosecutors might want to consider a 3-year disposition in that case and split it, wherein the defendant still does 2 years in custody but has a 1-year tail or mandatory supervision period that they would have otherwise had under the previous system. And I recognize and appreciate, having been a former judge myself, with respect to the rules of court, but that discuss sentencing and provide the courts and judges with guidelines and rules, but those rules were promulgated long before realignment came about. They didn't anticipate realignment. Realignment has changed the sentencing dynamics dramatically, and I'm assuming that at some point in time the court will take a look at the rules of court regarding sentencing and adjust those to reflect some of the concepts that realignment has brought forth. Secondly, if you look at the penal code, the state parole system has continually recognized that the period of time immediately following incarceration is critical to the successful reintegration of offenders back into society. And again, you know, we've had a lot of discussion here today about what is the penal system all about. Well, it's a combination of many different things, and I think an integral part of our justice system requires oftentimes the combination of a custodial element, which is consequences. As children, when we screwed up, our parents would deal with us appropriately. We knew there were consequences for our bad behavior. I think defendants sometimes need to know that as well, that there are consequences for their bad behavior, which oftentimes equates to a period of incarceration. But at the same time, we have to have a supervision period, because I think that's the accountability portion of the criminal justice system. And I think to be efficient and effective, we need a combination of both, particularized to that individual in those set of circumstances. And that's what I've talked to my prosecutors about. In Riverside County, we're one of the counties that has been under a federal court order for almost 20 years now regarding how many inmates we can house at our jail facilities throughout the county. Realignment has caused us dramatic problems in Riverside County. Last year alone, the sheriff of our county had to release 7,000 inmates early. And that concerns me. It concerned me as a judge, and it concerns me as the DA, because when defendants are serving 10% of the sentence that's imposed, either by way of a plea agreement or a sentence imposed by the court, let's say after trial, that undermines the integrity of the entire justice system, in my mind. But more specifically, with respect to split sentences, when I'm faced with the reality that my defendants oftentimes are only serving 10% of their sentence, why would I want to give them a 3-year sentence when they're serving 10% of that, and then they get, we call it fed kicked, early release, because of the federal court order. So they get fed kicked very early, and unless you have a split sentence, there's no tail, there's no supervision. So it's a double whammy, because they're only serving 10% of their sentence to begin with, and then once they serve that 10%, they're done. I'd rather have them, unfortunately, serve that 10%, and then when they are released, at least released on supervision. And I think that is a public safety issue. And as I explained it to my law enforcement partners, when that person is released pursuant to a split sentence, they have search terms. They have drug testing terms. We know where they're supposed to be living, which benefits law enforcement as well. So for many reasons, I think split sentences are a good tool and should be utilized.
One of the...
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Do you think that one of the maybe unstated objectives or implications of this law, AB 109, is for us to, as a society, rethink who we lock up and why we do that? What are we trying to achieve?
Absolutely.
And it seems to me that at the end of the day, there's two groups of crooks out here. There's a whole group of them, and most of them that we're just mad at. and then there's a group of them, smaller of them, that we're afraid of. And it seems to me we've treated them all the same for way too long. I can tell you that when people talk about state parole and whether or not they had been getting it right, they have. They did exactly what the system asked them to do. Surveil these people, find them breaking the law, and put them back in jail. So when we, and I struggle with it, this is going to sound kind of goofy, and I'm surprised how socially liberal I think as I age. It just happened. It strikes me that when we compare the historical behavior of people on probation and parole and their repeated failures and use that as part of, this is all we have to use, I guess, in some way, use that as part of the rationale for doing something different, we're predisposing ourselves to failure. Because this group, we have a whole generation of people in California, in the California institutional system, who are the result of failed practices. Generations and generations of enforcement-oriented, no programming, punish them, long sentence terms for nonviolent, non-serious crimes, on and on and on and on. And now they're the ones that are floating through our probation and parole system, and we're comparing what we want to do with not them, they're still there, and more importantly, the new people that are in our system, and suggesting that because the history was bad, that the future will be better. It seems to me that, and I don't know if I'm saying this really intelligently, but one of our challenges, I think, as all of yours, now that I'm retired, can sit back and just think about it, is recognizing that there is a group of people coming into our system now at the juvenile level, at the first and second offender level. They're the ones that 4, 5, 6, 7 years from now we're going to be able to say, see, it does work. We do have a group of criminals that are in our system right now who are the consequence of failed policy, a policy that was entirely built on being punitive and incarcerating people. And our capacity to be able to draw some distinctions there about what we were willing to do and who we want to lock up and why we want to lock them up, that's a big part of what I think we're all struggling with right here. Well, for all the right reasons, but that's huge in my mind.
I think realignment is forcing us to think differently. First of all, I think someone commented on this earlier. It's forcing us, meaning law enforcement, defense bar, probation, courts, to communicate more, which I think is a good thing. But it's also, like a good example, in Riverside County, our probation department has utilized a risk and needs assessment tool for many, many years, as the state prison system has. Our sheriff never did. Now they are. Because they're fed kicking and releasing early so many inmates, as our sheriff says, now he's forced to release the best of the worst. But he's utilizing that risk and needs assessment tool that probation has been utilizing for years. He's utilizing it to determine, okay, who do I have to release early as a public safety tool? And I think that's a good thing. Also, probation in our county has taken over the pretrial court services with respect to who should be released on their own recognizance pretrial. And again, they're utilizing that needs and risk assessment. Now, we've encountered an issue, and I think someone brought this up, as a judge and as a prosecutor too. I think the more information I have about an individual, the better decisions we can make. And that's true with respect to who am I going to release early on their OR or otherwise, who am I going to give a split sentence to, and what kind of sentence I'm going to impose. But there's been some members of the defense bar who are unwilling to share that information with the court and or with the prosecutor. And I can see arguments both ways, but as a judge, I'd certainly want that information. It may not be helpful to the client. I get that, but at the same time, what are we seeking to do? Especially from the judicial standpoint, I'm trying to protect the public at the same time, ensure that that individual gets the sentence that's appropriate for their needs. And granted, some people just need to be locked up. And when we have the limited resources that we have, I think, and I think the doctor talked about this, let's identify that 20% that can really most benefit from the resources that we have. Because that's a better utilization than give that 20% to all the criminals when, in fact, a lot of them don't care. They just want to do their time, get out, and probably reoffend. If we can identify those, let's not waste our time and resources on them, but the 20% that does want help, that does need help, that we can correct that behavior, let's provide them the resources that are necessary.
What kind of services are your population offered in Contra Costa County?
Mr. Cater and I can both talk about that. Mr. Jenkins was talking about the different models of probation actually being an organization that delivers services versus broker services, and our probation department is actually delivering a number of services itself. The probation officers have been trained in the evidence-based practices. They're actually giving classes with their own groups of probationers called Thinking for a Change. And I think Mr. Cater's vision, which is a terrific vision, is that having that close relationship and working so directly with the clients can be a really positive thing. We also have enhanced access to residential treatment beds, which are in very short supply, but the AB 109ers get to go to the front of the line. The unfortunate byproduct of that is that the traditional probationers are at the back of the line. So we see people on traditional probation that are in need of residential beds that have very lengthy waits. When somebody needs a bed, one of the first things the program is going to ask is, are they an AB 109er or not? The services, both programmatic through probation, through community-based providers, through residential treatment, are enhanced. Another thing I should certainly mention is that our Community Corrections Partnership has just completed a RFP process whereby over $4 million was given to community-based organizations through our CCP and our AB 109 budget. And I think that's something, Phil can speak to this, it's either unique or almost unique in the state. So we've been giving millions of dollars not just to our sheriff for beds, not just to probation for probation officers, but to community-based organizations to help provide services. That's going to include housing, it's going to include employment, it's going to include treatment, reporting centers. So that it's in Contra Costa, it's a very exciting time for us as that finally has gotten off the ground, and we're expecting very good things.
Let me just add one thing then. Obviously, Mr. Lava knows our programs well, and I don't need to repeat them. I also want to publicly thank him for his kind words about probation. It's nice to hear, and I think the message we're trying to get across to people is we mean it. We're sincere about it. You won't hear us apologize. Former Chief Penner has heard me say probably 30 times, so interim Chief Penner. As many of the folks here have heard me say many times, you won't hear me apologize for holding people accountable, and you won't hear us apologize for trying to reach out and be of service to the people we're supposed to be helping. But the only other things I would add is, we're the 9th biggest county. Our split census are at 91% as of Monday. The courts and the community believes that we can make a difference, and we're showing that difference with a failure rate. And I'm simply going to mention, I want to be clear because there's a lot of conversation about what is recidivism. Let me just throw this out. A failure rate, that means warrant. So they may not have committed a new offense, but they're certainly not following our rules. New offenses or revocations of about 24%. Our failure rate with our 1170H population that are getting the split sentences is about 2 percentage points less. We don't know exactly why. It could be because we're able to reach them before they get out and have do some provide some opportunities. But the difficulty, and then I'll leave it at this, the difficulty we face is a simple one that all probation departments face, and I think captured by you early on in the conversation today, and that is AB 109 constitutes about 12 or 13% of the type of work that probation is doing in Contra Costa County. So what that means is that part of the population is getting extraordinary services, front-of-the-line services, all kinds of opportunities with high-end probation officers providing those services with caseloads that are manageable. And the rest of our including juvenile, have caseloads that are well over 100, and we're stuttering to keep up with them. So with that said, I think the message should be a clear one. You fund probation appropriately, we can make a gigantic difference. You want to do it piecemeal, with the amount of money you can give us for those specific responsibilities, we obviously can do a great job. And it's not just probation, it's all our partners. I'm part of the Contra Costa County Police Chiefs Association. We communicate with them. We pass all our information on to them. The CCP has funded some of the police departments to help us find those guys on warrant status. So it's a variety of many different approaches. And I think the question, we appreciate the question. And my final comment is this. We have 2 people from our community advisory board that's here. So we've engaged the community, we've engaged the entire law enforcement team, and the courts believe that the sincerity that we have, that we want to make a difference. And I think we've shown we have. And I think you'll see that statewide.
Okay. Shauna Burke, I'm from San Diego County Probation also. We have a post-release unit set up similar to Contra Costa County where there's, yes, where it is, where they have immediate access to services. But I supervise investigators and read their pre-sentence investigation reports, and what I think is it really does need to start with the district attorney and the public defender's office. A lot of times we're taken out of the equation when we get STIPs for 16 months local prison. We don't have the opportunity at that point to recommend a split sentence. And I think part of that comes from we've identified, we're focused on behavior change, which is difficult. A lot of offenders have been through the probation department, been on probation. They don't want probation. They don't want supervision. So they go to their public defender and say, give me 16 months straight time and I'll take it. And so they offer that up to the DA, and the DA jumps on the opportunity to have, the prison prior and to resolve the case. So I think it really does start with the district attorney and public defender's office for these opportunities for split sentencing. The other issue I have is it becomes very complicated when there's multiple cases. We have several people that have come to us that we're writing pre-sentence investigation reports on that have 4 or 5 cases that are active, where before it would be a simple, 5 years, state prison, sentence them on all the cases. Now we have to look at each case individually. And instead of just sending them 5 years state prison, like you said, we're done with it. We have to find out ways to split the cases, and it becomes very complicated. I think one thing that maybe we could take out of this is some direction to probation departments, judges, what's the best way to deal with those complicated cases on splitting them.
I think you raised a really interesting point because, 58 counties, 58 different ways. Not every county is doing pre-sentence probation reports. In the day and time of realignment, that has got to be an enormous hill to climb if you're not at least at that launching point, because it has become incredibly wow, why? Like I didn't hear that before I left the house this morning. But at any rate, it really presents an enormous issue, particularly when you come back in counties where we have the jail cap. We see that they tend to get released, commit another crime, come back in. If you really want to make issues difficult, have them go to another county, commit the crime, come back into your county, and watch all the players sort of disintegrate into a pile of time credit populations. It's very, very complex. And that is part of the cleanup that we need to begin to address. Those are the issues that we're all hearing about that make this very difficult. I think when you talk about different counties that have different thresholds of incarceration, you see splits happening for a different reason. In my county, the argument I make to our district attorney is, listen, early release, Joe blows in the wind. Would you rather, have him do a third of his sentence and then have nothing holding on to him? That has resonated. I don't pretend to tell you that our rates have gone up because of all the most perfect altruistic reasons. It's practical. It's practical to know that if you're going to have these problems, that's going to occur that way. The Valley is deemed conservative. The Bay Area is deemed liberal. And when we look at split as it rolls out in the state, we see that remains to be somewhat that evidence is pretty good. And as we look at LA, and I'm excited to hear they're at 7%. For so very long they were at 5%. You know, we've yet to see what's going on there. They have a very large bench, and you know, I don't know that the communication is going as well as it could. But it's interesting when we hear the different the dimensions around the room. I think the one thing we have to be convinced of, and the reason I chose to retire and then take another job, is because community corrections, in my opinion, is something we have to all invest in. We cannot continue to do it the way we were doing it. Tom, you did the litany of the churning that was going on in CDCR and that incredibly expensive system that virtually, absent the Coleman-Plata system, would continue to be churning today. I'm blown away, and the reason I left earlier is because an LA radio station wanted to do an interview based on the early release of 10,000 prisoners should, you know, the appellate courts not give the governor a stay. And I was surprised to learn that, yes, it was me talking on behalf of the chief probation officers. On the other line was Don Spector, who, depending on which, you know, media you're listening to today, half the equation is upset because the state has dilly-dallied and been arrogant and not paid attention to the rulings, and the other half is, and I agree, that these early releases represent public safety issues. Those are all enormous things that all of us have to tangle with. But I think there's been a great effort on all players to sort of adapt and move forward in a less than perfect circumstance.
I'm wondering, Stephanie, if you and Sheriff Moore might want to talk a bit about San Joaquin, because you guys run what I think many consider a conservative county, but it doesn't really hold up. So first, before I actually talk probably about San Joaquin County, I just wanted to respond a little bit to some of the arguments that have been made for not using split sentences, and that these offenders have been on probation for years and have 5 prior felonies, and you know, they're still out there committing crimes. And I think one thing that's important for us to remember that hasn't been talked about so far is that SB 678, which was the seed money for realignment, was the first time adult probation received funding in like 30 years. Grossly overfunded in the adult probation world. Just to give you an example, in our county in 2007, San Joaquin County was the 16th largest county in the state. We had the 3rd largest number of adults on probation, and the average case was 653 feet. 653 offenders per officer. You are not providing meaningful supervision. And what SB 678 did, and that was just, you know, a year prior to realignment, was actually gave probation departments the ability to start following the principles of effective intervention, to start putting those 8 principles into practice so they can start using the validated risk assessment tools, targeting the interventions to their needs, having probation officers. I'm in a county where I believe that it's important for probation officers to be able to facilitate groups with their clients. And we use a balanced approach where some EBP classes are facilitated by POs and some are by community-based organizations. And so now I think what we're finding is you almost need to look at probation a little bit differently and give us that second chance, because we're doing things so much differently now than we were prior to realignment or 5 years ago. In our county, in the first year, we had almost 900 1178 sentences. It sounds like it's echoing. And 66% of those over the last 20 months have been split sentences. Now, my last quarter has been 79%. We've been definitely trending upwards. That 66% has been over the whole first 20 months of realignment. And I think there's a number of reasons for this. A lot of it is awareness with our judges. In our county, the reality is our jail was overcrowded prior to realignment. And with the implementation of realignment, if everyone in our county is given a straight sentence, they're going to serve very little of that time. Right now, our judge has been committed to those who are committed as 1178 just to jail. They have not been released early. He has prioritized parolees as one of the first categories of offenders and looks at other categories of offenders to actually go ahead and release. But we realize that if we're going to break our system even further if we just give everybody straight sentences. The other thing is each month at our CCP meetings, we actually have a dashboard that shows the percentage of split sentences compared to straight sentences, and we actually provide a list of every single sentence that has been ordered the prior month. So you can see the charge, you can see the length of the split, how much was
in jail, how much was being incarcerated. And it's just raising the level of awareness and having a little bit of accountability, I think, amongst all of our partner agencies. And so I have one judge who at the beginning of realignment never ordered a split sentences. Now he emails me every single month and explains why he ordered someone to a straight sentence. And I'm like, you have judicial discretion. I'm not saying you can't do that. But he's like, no, it's important for me to keep remembering this and kind of keep me held accountable a little bit. The other thing our county has really realized, San Joaquin County, we struggle with crime on top of our already overcrowded jail population. And we realize that the public safety is going to be further impacted if someone is released from jail with no accountability. And while we may not be able to focus on their behavior change, one of the things that we can do, and we definitely try behavior change with every offender as they're released, but the other hat that we wear that's just equally important is the law enforcement hat and the accountability piece. And having that period of supervision allows us to not only help them with transitional and supportive services and start changing the way they think so they don't have those antisocial thoughts anymore and continuing their criminality, but we're also able to help protect the public a little bit more by going out to their homes, being able to search them, to be able to drug test them, to be able to monitor their associates and make sure they're not in areas that they're not supposed to be. And so in our county, our numbers are not quite as high as I'd like. Our goal is really between 80 and 85%. But this last quarter, as I said, we're trending upwards, and we were at 79, so we're not too far. So I'm very proud of the collaboration that we have in our county. Our CCP works really well together, and we all really understand the big picture and are working towards that same common goal. I mean, it's really nice that both of you in the same county.
Well, first thing I'd like to put forth after listening so far, one of the issues that I think needs to be done here is that through the CCPs, there has to be some additional education to our communities. I'm not getting the sense in going out to community meetings that the public even begins to comprehend what realignment is and what it's supposed to do. A lot of people are very concerned about, as you point out, inmates being released, putting things back on the street, and unfortunately, San Joaquin's had two very bad experiences with parolees being released early pursuant to the court population cap, and some rather ugly things happening to members of the community. So I think some of that needs to go on, and we all need to get a better sense of, and Tom, you spoke a bit earlier, of what it is the community wants now out of corrections and out of the ideas and how we're going to address criminality. So far, with Stephanie James working very diligently with the CCP, we've done very well. San Joaquin County has had a jail population cap, a local cap, for probably 20 plus years. But in that, we've already put in place, like pretrial services is run by probation. Now, we need to do some updates on that. We need to do some additional better tools to make that work. We need to work on the releases that we're working with our judges. We need to work on some of these other things. My perception here is that split sentences works well for us at this point because I definitely don't have any more room at the end. So we need to manage the beds. The split sentences do give us more bed management capabilities, so we're not just building up. Currently today, well, as of June 18th, which was a very good day because it's my birthday, we had 209 inmates in custody with split sentences, and that represented 14% of our total custody population. Okay, so that is helping us manage the numbers that we have. We definitely need to do more in that area. We also recognize that probation is a now more equal-footed partner in our system, and we need that. While we're continuing to work with the numbers that we have, and one of the biggest shifts for law enforcement or San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office is the programs that we're doing with our split sentence people. We've taken one whole unit and dedicated specifically to programming. We are trying to identify the inmates that are on 109 that would best benefit from these programs, and we're putting it in there, and then they basically get programs 24/7, 365. They're always working on it. They're looking at different things. We're making all that going on. And these are all evidence-based programs in collaboration with the County Office of Ed, our friends outside, Behavioral Health Services, and part of probation. Now, we need to do a better job in bridging from custody to probation to pick some of these up. We also need to do a better job in making sure that these programs that are being offered by the local community-based organizations make themselves readily available to these persons once they're released.
Now, currently, the one gap in this whole thing is the fact that because of a court cap release, that person's released early. Even if they're being released from these other programs, they aren't necessarily hooking up directly with the services that they've been getting, nor are they automatically being picked up by probation. And that's because we're still growing. We're still building this process. We're working together. And I think at this point we have a very good, solid working relationship. I think we appreciate and understand the roles that we have and the things that are working, but there is still room for improvement. And then, as we've seen this week, we have a whole new monkey wrench thrown in the works of how we're going to deal with the additional 9,000 plus inmates to be released from the state prison system. And then, even once we get to that point, I've not yet heard, what are we going to do if and when the state prison population drops below 137.5%? Is realignment going away at that point? Are they going to stop realignment and now we're going to start sending people back to prison on that? Or only if it goes back up, or what? I mean, there's a whole lot of things yet to be determined. And I'm glad to see that the professionals here at this group are discussing all these options. We're looking at all these alternatives. And as we said before, there are 58 different counties. There are 58 basic different ideas and different things in how we do it. And there are going to be some ongoing changes. But I think the more we collaborate, the more we collectively talk about and discuss ideas and options, the better off we're all going to be.
Do you feel like your relationship, Stephanie and Sheriff Hoover, has this been enhanced by realignment coming about? Do you think that's improved because of what I heard Judge Jack talk about earlier, or what's your perspective on that?
Bill Cater was whispering in my ear when you started that question, so I did not hear the beginning. But thanks, Bill.
You have no responsibility.
What was the beginning part of it?
So the question was just that, did realignment, as Judge Jack was talking about, that, realignment really tried to brought people together more. Do you think that the relationship between the Sheriff's Office and probation improved as a result of that, of realignment, or was it always that way?
I think it improved just because of my charming personality, and I'm a relatively new chief, and so I became chief in the midst of realignment, and the sheriff and all the partner agencies, we just get along well. Sheriff can probably answer that question because, like I said, I'm relatively new chief. So
I can say that it definitely has improved it, simply because in the past, it's two different departments, and we basically had two different sets of focus, okay? Mine was to, hold people in custody for as long as the judges said, and then as soon as they were time to serve, I'm supposed to release them. At that point, probation was supposed to pick them up and do whatever they did with them, and it really wasn't my concern, okay, pretty clearly. Turn around and now add 109, and all of a sudden, it's no longer, well, here, you take the box now and run with it. It's, we both got a common problem here. How do we best solve it in relationship to the community and the money that's available to us? Which then forced greater collaboration between probation and law enforcement, if you will, the Sheriff's Office. And we have our chiefs of police are on board. They've come to us and they've wanted to add additional supervision and looking for the people out with warrants and people that are responding and not doing the things they're supposed to be doing. And that seems to be coming well. We've got a lot of different things coming online. So definitely, yes, I think it's gotten better because of 109. And the reason why is because we're now confronting what we believe to see as a common problem.
And like in our county, the CCP meets twice a month. We have full partnership meeting once a month and executive committee once a month. And so we're meeting every couple weeks to talk about what's going on. And we've really tried to coordinate the services. The programs that Sheriff Moore talked about that he offers in custody are programs that we're using out of custody. So we're picking up, if they weren't able to finish while they're in custody, we're picking up. We're actually giving them that credit. We look at trying to give 200 hours of dosage to our high-risk offenders of various cognitive behavioral groups. And so if they've started that with what the sheriff's doing, we give them that credit. Where prior to realignment, we'd never really even talked and I didn't know what programs they were doing at the Sheriff's Office. And they definitely didn't get credits. We started over as soon as they were under our custody.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I have one question. Oh, I'm Drew Sotomayor with the Legislative Analyst's Office. One question I had was whether or not folks think realignment is resulting in more people getting felony probation sentences than would have otherwise been the case, or if it's the opposite. Realignment is resulting in people getting more executed felony sentences than what's otherwise the case. I'm sure it varies by county, so anybody who can shed any light by that.
Yeah, I think it does I agree. I think it does vary by county. I think our county's seen a slight reduction probably in probation, general probation sentences. When we were receiving more split sentences, folks coming out, we anecdotally, I can't give you statistics on this, but we asked some of these people, why did you want to do split sentence? And their answer was a simple one, and that was they said, we can get to the front of the line for services. We get better opportunities to get housing. And so the word was out, and I think the public defender, not just because Jonathan's here, but their office has been aggressive with trying to get their clients a level of service. So we've seen a slight reduction in probation and a little more of the split sentences than we expected.
And we have as well, and it's because the period of supervision, our period of supervision is 5 years for a felony, and a lot of offenders would rather have the prison sentence so that they get a less period of supervision.
And we knew, I happened to have been, at the time of, 2011 was the president of CPOC, and we knew at the time we were rolling out realignment, we were going to incentivize some things we did not want to incentivize. And I think those are still some cleanup issues that have to be managed. We don't want people to think, hey, it's better to get a prison commitment and a shorter tail. And so those are all the many things that the conversation continues on about. Not an easy fix. I think that prudently, we've all held the line on wholesale adjustments to AB 109 right now. It is still so much in its infancy, and the data is so young, lack of a better way to say it, you can tell I'm not a researcher, that we don't want to start jumping to make fixes until we have a really good sense and are very data-driven about where we head next.
I can tell you in San Diego, initially after realignment started, we saw a precipitous drop in new probation cases. I think one quarter was a 32% fewer cases. I don't know that it has stayed that way. I'll have to go back and look at the numbers. But again, initially, they dropped significantly.
Jonathan will tell you these guys figure out the system a lot quicker than we do.
They do, and Judge Manley's not here anymore, but he made a point that I think is right on, which is that there are probationers who would rather do more jail time than have to do any curative supervision time. Our clients tell us this, and as everyone in this room knows, our position is not, at least in court, to advocate for best interest, but we're there to advocate for our clients' express interests. When we're working with our clients privately, I can tell you that any experienced defense attorney is working with the client to hopefully convince them that what is in their best interest is what they should be asking us to advocate for. But many clients, you have this category, and actually I thought that what Mr. Kaufman had said earlier was really interesting. I'd never heard it put in quite that perspective, but when you said there's two kinds of crooks, those that we're mad at and those that we're afraid of, I thought that was really insightful because there's this large category of probationers who are just bad probationers. They're not out there necessarily committing new crimes, but they're driving their probation officer crazy. They're driving their public defender crazy. They're in court over and over because they just can't get it together. They're not reporting. Maybe they're testing dirty. They're vexatious probationers, like a vexatious litigant, right? Are these the people that the system should be expending so many resources on to file petitions, bring into court, give them 180 days, release them again, or could some of those resources be better focused on the people that we're truly afraid of? The good takeaway from that is that I think in our county, probation has been working with their AB 109 probationers, who are not necessarily the best probationers, to avoid those returns to court, the churning and so forth, and doing other types of interventions which don't require the court to be involved. I think that's a good thing. My perspective about flats incarceration is a little bit different, and if we have time, we can have a conversation about that. But putting that aside, the other types of interventions that probation is doing, short of a return to court for the AB 109 population, I think is very productive, very useful, and an excellent way to expend resources as opposed to invoking the court process every time.
Yeah.
regarding the felony probation numbers, if you go into the SB 678 data, you can actually get more information. So statewide, it is trending downward a little bit. I haven't examined the data myself, but had talked with Kevin O'Connell a couple of months ago that's doing the CPOC data. So in there, that number is actually in the SB 678 data.
You know, we talked during lunch, and we talked ourselves out of doing another presentation. I think we've inserted ourselves plenty. It would be regurgitating something we've already said. So, because I'm the elder one of this crew, we defer now to whomever is next.
I'd like to regurgitate.
See, I tried. You don't feel work for me. See how much containment I had over them?
Yeah, and then you sent them nuts.
Yeah.
I did. I enjoyed it very much.
I really wanted to make an opportunity for those of you who are a little quiet and don't something for those of you who have questions, who haven't spoken yet, I really want to make sure we welcome you to that discussion. So is there anyone who wanted to ask a question or make a comment? Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, which one? Go ahead.
One of the things that Alex Fender just mentioned, I'm sorry, Andrew Craven, Deputy Chief Probation Officer, El Dorado County. One of the things that realignment did, obviously, was change the criminal justice system in general at the local level, which I think is a positive thing, and that includes probation, post-release community supervision, and split sentencing. So not to look at that as something that all needs to have the resources to be successful, I think will be a failure in the end if we don't continue putting the resources to all those programs. The other thing is we talk about evidence-based practices and things like that, which I think we're all working on at different levels. But is the swift and certain sanctions, too, which just was mentioned, was flash incarceration, and I wrote this down hours ago. But because of the resources that are needed to do a formal revocation process and not having the ability to have swift and certain sanctions in probation and split sentencing at this point, I think is a pivotal aspect that is going to make this more successful down the road of implementing for swift and certain sanctions. So I know that there's I can't remember if it's a Senate bill or Assembly bill that made it out of the House of Origin, but I know that there's been a position now by CDCR in the Valdivia decision that they're not going to use flash incarceration, which I think is unfortunate, but I know there's probably some legal ramifications. I'm not an attorney, the legal ramifications behind it, but it is a tool that I think is needed to make this successful.
Noli said with CDCR, you're absolutely right. We did decide. Oh, I'm sorry. I raised the voice and my mouth is really loud. We did decide not to do the flash incarceration. It wasn't a decision we wanted to do because we support it. It did have to do with more legal decisions versus not. And one of the problems that we had was what our legal folks thought 80 to 90%, how the court was going to come down on this. We were afraid that given, and this is only for flash incarceration for state, what we were going to do, we thought it would pose a problem for other folks, who use it, that if we proceeded to do it and the court came against us and we had to stop it, we thought it would set a precedence and then pose some huge problems moving down the road. So, I can talk afterwards and give you a little more, but we do support it, but we thought it was going to cause a larger problem with overall picture if we proceeded to try and deal with the court on it.
Others who haven't had a chance to comment. I just want to make sure that everyone who's speaking knows that there's a microphone on. If
you would turn your lights back on, this is what that's for you.
Okay.
I know that at one point, James, I cut you off with a question from the audience. Do you remember what you were going to ask?
I had made the point, it was that treatment and supervision
what we're after is behavioral change and reduced recidivism, and that peer punishment just hasn't worked. The sanctions haven't worked, and I'm sorry that Judge Manley is gone, and something the District Attorney Zellerbach said about there being consequences for that folks have to understand that there are consequences, and that's how you teach your kids. And I'm a father of 5, and I understand those consequences are necessary, but my kids have learned more, not from the spankings and the punishment, but from the teaching and supervision and showing them how. We work with, in the therapeutic courts and the drug courts, a prosecutor from South Carolina, and he says that both sanctions and incentives are important in behavioral change. But if you only had one, and you had to make a selection between the two, you're going to change behavior more with incentives than sanctions. And I don't necessarily mean to suggest that intensive supervision and treatment and programming are incentives, but I think they are what defense lawyers have been asking for the 38 years that I've been practicing. So to the extent I'm very much in favor of treatment and supervision to promote public safety, I think it's a wise course.
Others who haven't had a chance to talk yet? Anybody? Okay, so we're going to move over and talk a little bit more with the sheriff's offices. Our Lynn Police Chief, who was here at our last meeting, we're so glad you're here.
Thank you.
So I'm wondering if we could just start with you.
Sure, I'd love to.
He is the police chief of Colorado here right now, and so talk a little bit about your perspective of how the office is done for split sentencing and how it affects the police, and kind of your philosophy and your involvement in this. I know you're very involved with the Police Chiefs Association and the realignment group and a lot of that. So
Great.
Glad you're here.
Thank you very much. Ron Lawrence, the police chief in the city of Rockland. Rockland is located in Placer County. In Placer County, we're about 35 minutes northeast of Sacramento, to give you some perspective. I also sit on the board of directors for the California Police Chiefs Association, and as an offshoot of that, I'm a member of an 8-chief panel or committee dedicated to prison realignment and how the California Police Chiefs is grappling with data collection and how we have a collective, collaborative approach to it. And the California Police Chiefs Association, from the beginning, has been in support of the governor's realignment plan. We are cautiously optimistic, but the police chiefs have taken the posture from day one of being open-minded to change, open-minded to a new way of doing business. And but our goal, if you think about what police chiefs do, our sole goal is to keep our communities safe. So unlike sheriffs who garner their, he has to get votes. I don't have to get votes. So his job's up every 4 years. My job's up every other Tuesday night at a city council meeting. So I've got 60,000 people in my city to keep safe, and in our county there's 360,000 people. And we're at the opposite end of the spectrum of Contra Costa County, and our split sentencing in Placer County is about 7%, very low. But I'm going to tell you this, it's working. And here's why it's working. It's a success. Now, I believe that split sentencing and increasing them in Placer County would be a benefit. But here's why it's working. This whole prison realignment design was put to all the 58 counties at a local level to deal and create a very special or unique response to prison realignment for that county. What works in Contra Costa County may not work in San Joaquin County. What works in San Joaquin County may not work in San Francisco. And what works in San Francisco will definitely not work in Rockland or Placer County. I think about the people running naked through your city, and it's just not going to happen in Rockland. So it's working because it's tailored to each individual county. And you think about the 58 different counties, it's not just those 58. Those are complex machines. He's an elected official. I'm appointed. Probation chief's appointed. Judges are a combination of elected and appointed. We all have constituents. We have different missions. He's got a jail to run, plus he's got people to protect. I can keep throwing people in his jail all day long. It's going to make me okay, but he's not going to be happy about it. So taking that 30,000-foot level, it's working because it's a democratic process. And in Placer County, I'm blessed because we all get along very well. I was on my cell phone with my probation chief on the way over here this morning saying, dude, you got to get me some staff. I need some staff to go to this Cal Forward thing. I need your information. So we've got that relationship where we help each other out. Split sentencing, from my perspective, from a police chief perspective, but my concern is I've got to tell my 60,000 people in my city that they're protected, that there's no zombies that are going to come in the middle of the night and get them. And they want to hear that from me. As far as prison realignment, most of my citizens are clueless, and I don't mean that disparagingly. They just don't know. And as much as I've told them about or try to educate them on what I know, it's a real challenge. And I know other police chiefs and other sheriffs up and down the state are struggling with that very same issue. Not only that, but our state is probably the most diverse state in the nation. So the police chief in Los Angeles can have one approach to his community. It's going to be completely different expectation or threshold of expectations in my county than in the Bay Area or in Southern California. So we have to curtail it that way. But one thing in sentencing that I need to be able to tell my community is that those that are doing their time in our communities, there has been a very thorough and well-tested assessment of their behavior, so we know the ones that are supposed to be in split or can be in our communities are the right ones, as opposed to the ones that we're very afraid of. Those are the ones we don't want in our community. So that's, to me, that assessment tool. I don't know that we've refined it very well in my county, and I suspect most counties haven't. But where we're at with prison realignment as a whole, I think we're creating best practices. I think Contra Costa is doing some really great things. There's a lot of counties like mine are taking let's wait and see what's going on in Contra Costa before we let it happen here. But I think as a state, we're creating best practices as we go, and the more of these conversations we have to share, the better we'll be. Sure.
Pretty much already been said. Like I say, we're building this thing as we're going, but I can tell you that through our relationship with the CCP members, along with the general members that come out and all the other community-based organizations, we're building a good, solid foundation. And I believe that as we move forward, as I alluded to earlier, is realignment going to go away? No, I don't believe realignment is going to go away. But if you're going to think through the entire process, the idea is to let's go beyond that and see where we are and what we are going to do and what alternatives we have as we move down this road. But I think eventually we will get to that point where we have a better, fuller understanding of what is working, what are the best practices, how better to collaborate between probation, the chiefs, the sheriffs, and the others, and I think we'll be successful.
One thing that I enjoyed earlier, I heard a very, I forgot who shared it, but a very excellent definition of the difference between an abuser and an addict, an addict. I don't remember who said that. But that was very clear to me. And when I think about the police officer on the street at 2 in the morning on a Saturday morning where there are no services available except his jail to take somebody, that police officer, their objective is to solve a problem. It's not necessarily to take someone to jail. It's to solve a problem. And typically, almost invariably, they've been called someplace. They didn't just pick somebody's home to stop there and knock on the door. They were called to a problem, a domestic dispute, a fight, a physical altercation. And so the officer's trying to solve the problem. If solving the problem means that this person they're dealing with is on probation or they're a PRCS or whatever the case might be, if taking them to their services or a place rather than jail that they're already plugged into, if that solves the officer's problem at 2 in the morning on a Saturday morning, problem solved. Because what he's done is removed the situation that could potentially become a domestic violence, a homicide, or whatever. That's what our officers are doing. And I think that I think looking into the future, there's a way, if we know these programs and who's on them, and okay, I know this guy is not an addict, he's an abuser, he's into this program or these systems, I can take him there. If there's that portal in the middle of the night or a place to take them, I think that we can be a real use in that way.
That's an excellent perspective that I haven't heard from the police community. That's very important, that you're on the if you had alternatives, much like we've heard from other sectors, if there was alternatives and information, you could utilize those. Kathy, you the microphone. Over here. Why don't we ask, I know if we go to the far end of the table, we have Lieutenant Billowitz, who is here from the San Francisco Sheriff's Department, their legislative advocate, if you could provide some perspective from the Southland.
Absolutely. Like I said, my name's Wayne. I'm from Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, and I guess the question from Los Angeles is, what the heck is a split sentence? We obviously don't use it. I've heard from MAC that, and I looked up the numbers, and we are about right now, the last 6 months, we're about 7%. But if you look at from day one forward, we're at 4%. 4% split sentences. So the question that comes up is, why? Why is it not being utilized in Los Angeles? And you might hear a split personality coming out of me, because not only do we operate the largest jail, but the other half of us, we are an enormous police agency. We police about 4 million people that we provide direct policing services for. So we got a little split personality when we discuss split sentences. But what we have found so far is that one of the issues that, the reason why we don't in Los Angeles County use split sentences is our probation department. And it's not that they've not doing a good job. Our probation chief is wonderful. They've got an enormously difficult job to do, but they have budget shortfalls, serious budget shortfalls. And judges know that. District attorney knows that. If we went from a 4% to a 10%, the caseload on our probation department would be such that they couldn't handle it. They're already about 200 probation officers short of where they should be. And so you can imagine if you're adding an extra 1,000 or 2,000 or 3,000 to their caseload, it's a recipe for disaster. Also, there's a lack of support on the Board of Supervisors. Just this week, probation chief was before our Board of Supervisors, and our Board of Supervisors kind of went on the bend that they can't handle what they already have, and that they're losing the PRCS. We have a high level of absconders. Once again, not probation department's fault, just sheer number. But one of our supervisors turned to a probation chief and says, if we lose them the moment they get out of jail, it's all for naught. If you can't get them, the next best thing to do is lock them up. Well, that kind of permeates through the entire criminal justice system. Judges hear stuff like that. The Board of Supervisors not supporting split sentences, so they're simply not going to do it. As far as where we go, and another issue from our standpoint is that, from the jail standpoint, is that we are not releasing the non-nons early. Where misdemeanors go in and right out the front door, but non-nons are doing 100% of the time. And I think judges know that too. So we're not doing early releases. They don't feel there's a pressure to step in with split sentences. But where are we going for the future? Well, our CCP has kind of met with judges and district attorneys and a public defender. One of the issues that came up that would encourage more split sentences is if there was a way of punishing those who violate. And although you can bring them back into custody, they can only serve the remainder of their sentence. What our CCP is saying, there should be a vehicle where they can extend that, give them an extra year in custody for a violation of a split sentence. The other area, going in the other direction, where we might actually start seeing statewide split sentences being reduced, not just in Los Angeles, is that because of jail overcrowding, we've been working with the administration to give sheriffs the ability to increase time credits for a variety of different programming. So if you get education classes, anger management classes while in custody, if you go to work training programs, you can get a day and a half per day credit. So now let's look at the big picture. If you're talking about somebody who's sentenced to 18 months in the county jail, with good time, work time, that's only 9. With good time, 6. If you're a defense attorney, what do you advise your client to do? Take the 6 and have no tail, or take your chances with possible 18 months with a tail. And I think this is going to be a catch-22 in some cases. I think you're going to see it, particularly I mean, we have a lot of problems, the same as Solano does, where judges are not willing to give split sentences due to the fact of a lot of probation violations, but then you got a lot of public defenders who are also, and defense attorneys who are also advising their clients to just take the straight time, or their clients are telling their public defender to take this. They only want the straight time, especially if they're only going to do 6 months out of 18, or 6 out of 18. So those are some of the things that we're dealing with in Los Angeles. So some of the things that we see in the future coming up. And on that, if anyone has any questions, comments, thoughts.
Any questions or comments with respect to any of the panelists? I'm holding on to Tom Hoffman. Yeah.
So you had mentioned that the probation department simply couldn't absorb the number of split sentences if the percentage was higher, even to 10%. Why didn't the CCP allocate sufficient funds from its large amount of money to probation so that there could be enough POs to supervise the population?
Our CCP did feel there's enough money. And our board, what's funny, in Los Angeles, after the initial budget was approved by the executive committee of CCP, our board dissolved the executive committee of the CCP. The board now has total control of all money that comes in and out, of where it goes, where it allocates. And they just, you know, our probation department is on the short end of that stick, unfortunately. We feel that definitely they should be up to full staffing in order for us to get, if we're going to move forward with split sentence. I think judges would give, and the DA would give if they felt that the probation department was fully staffed. I really believe that.
If I want to just add to that, the Lieutenant's 100% right on point, because CPOC is engaged with Chief Powers, and we know that he wanted to, I think he had something like 200 vacancies that he wanted to fill just to deal with realignment. His board did not give him the authority to fill those positions. I do believe there's been some late movement where he's in a position now we can start hiring, but he's been fighting that battle since the beginning of realignment. I also just wanted to share, too, Chief, I really appreciated your comments also earlier, but just to the whole kind of law enforcement panel, the probation chiefs certainly see the value and importance of probation as an entity working very closely with frontline law enforcement. You heard me talk before about probation mission being community safety focused, but also just in the sense of enhancing the level of accountability that can be provided on the mandatory supervision offenders when they're in the community serving their split sentences. I like to talk about it in terms of creating a concept or a consciousness of being monitored on these individuals. That really starts pre-release, when there's an engagement pre-release before they come out, and they know that they'll be responsible for reporting to a probation officer, but they also know that the probation department will be sharing information with the local law enforcement. Again, not for the purpose of harassment, but when law enforcement makes the effort to become that much more knowledgeable about what's effective in recidivism reduction, what's effective in offender engagement, and things like that, it makes it that much easier, I think, for those probation departments pursuing that way to kind of work in league and really create that increased accountability. In San Diego, we recently had our reentry court graduation, which is heavily law enforcement focused. It was a early population, but some people around the table that are familiar with drug courts, this won't be a new thing. But there were 8 prior prison failures who were parolees that graduated from the reentry court, and there was a San Diego police officer who was a part of the reentry team. Each one of those persons turned to that police officer and thanked them for the way that that officer had engaged with them and hadn't compromised his role. He did his police officer role, but did it in a way that they found to be a supportive, that helped them in their recovery. They acknowledged that. So what I'm suggesting is that among the opportunities with realignment, and specifically in split sentencing, the probation chiefs, we've put out not only this issue brief on mandatory supervision, but we've put out a publication that says that we believe in sharing our information with frontline law enforcement to the end of just better outcomes.
Yeah, I appreciate that. We have a fantastic probation chief, and we've done exactly what you just said. We've actually partnered his probation officers up with one of our special investigative units, and that's what they do. They actually share information, but they do the house visits together, and the probation officers are actually educating our officers on the benefits of the things that they do, some of the programs that they're in. One thing that we've struggled with, and I've tried to make a push in my county, our probation chiefs, and I think most counties are this way, are appointed by the CEO of the county. If I had my preference, our probation chief would work for the judges, because they get it. They're here. The judges are here, probation chiefs are here in this discussion. I don't see any county CEOs here. If there is, I apologize, but they've been absent in that, and what they look at is the business sense of what's this going to cost me, rather than how do we save future generations in our county? How do we make for more productive citizens? So I'd like to see our probation chief work for the judges, and I appreciate what you said, because we're all very much on the same team with that regard.
Any other questions or comments? Before I go to you, Tom, my colleague in crime back there, a perspective that I wanted to just throw out, because I work with a lot of different counties, and particularly if those of you that haven't been able to go directly into jails or talk directly with a PCRSer coming out of CDCR, Tom worked on the probation side of the house. I worked on the rehabilitative side of the house. And one of the things that I think very few people get a real clear glimpse of is how deprived of any type of a service some of these offenders have been over time. You see it when you work in the prisons. You see people being desperate and fearful about going back into the community. And these were our churners. And those are the people now that have been realigned to all of the counties and that you're seeing locally. They were our prison churners. And so you've inherited a group of people that have quite a bit of needs that haven't been addressed over decades. And I think that goes to a lot of the discussion I've heard here today about probation and services and needing to trust that there's that arm of the operation there that's actually providing the service to the offender. I spoke to one offender that we picked at random in a jail in a county, and it was a CDCR offender who was PCRSer, was tossed in jail for drug sales. I talked to that gentleman for about 15 minutes, and he was about 32 years old. He had been in the state prison system since the age of 13. So he started out in juvenile, progressed up to adult, and so forth. I asked, of all the years you've been involved in the state system, juvenile, adult, how much time did you spend on the street? And the answer was 7 months. So that's the old system. That's the old system when there really wasn't handoffs. I mean, you could do the math on the cost there. 7 months, $42,000, $45,000 a year for a prison bed. We spent a lot of money on this individual. He had no skills, and I said, every time you left, did you want to go back into selling and using drugs? And of course, his answer was no. He said, but I couldn't get into any programs because lifers were the programs, or people that had longer terms. I was there too short a time because they churn in so quickly. They didn't have enough time to get in a program and complete it. So he currently is in a situation where now, between the realignment resources, he's getting certified as a welder, and as he's got a certification in CAD. And for the first time in several decades now, his perspective upon leaving jail again is much more positive. He has a place to go. He has a job. So for some of us that are looking at these systems, and Tom and I have seen it probably at its worst. It's absolutely worst. He had the largest parole population. I had the largest, 175,000 inmates when I was trying to do programs. Is that the risk needs and the systems that are being set up at the local level with probation is what could not happen in the state. And I just wanted to reinforce something Tom said earlier. A lot of who you're seeing right now are people that are products of a very bad system, a system that didn't do anything. We were unable to rehabilitate
And even when Arnold Schwarzenegger said go in and rehabilitate them, we could not do it because of the circumstances. So this is really you're getting probably some of the most difficult cases that you will see, and the hope would be that in the future you'll see some of the systems start to work. You'll start to see people based on risk and not their crime, because that's the way the old system works. So I just wanted to throw that perspective in and then toss it over to my compadre over there to wrap it up for us. Mr. Hoffman, who is now an executive fellow with the Police Foundation, and he also operates as a senior advisor with the partnership.
I think I've interjected myself probably too much as usual. As you can tell, I'm really personally passionate about this. I think there's so much good information and fact out there that is so widely not known that if our public and even many of the folks who run police and other law enforcement organizations knew and understood, we would attack this problem very, very differently. It's unfortunate, but having come from a police background, and I'm very, very proud of that, the reality is all of this discussion is very, very new to police executives and sheriffs and the like. When I got asked to run parole, I didn't know the first thing about it, and it all surprised me that so much of this around evidence-based practices and risk and needs assessment and the whole operation was the reality that it is. This discussion today, I think, points out that if we were just thinking a bit differently about what it is we're doing and what our role is, we'd have much better outcomes. Just like a today example, there's a huge, oh my God, they're going to release 10,000 people. Well, if we recognize a couple things where you might find that 10,000 pretty comfortably, we had at one point the largest prison population the world has ever known in our state. Texas once in a while got close to us, but most of the time we were the biggest incarcerator of people the world has ever known. We also were the biggest incarcerator of women. When I was the state parole director, there were somewhere around 14,000 women in custody in our state, a figure that's unparalleled all across our nation. And guess what they're in there for? Most of them are drug and property offenses. Very, very few women commit violent crime. I don't know what the number is today, but I would just bet you if you took a look at the population of women in our institutions, there would be a significant number towards that 5,000 or 10,000. Another place to look, and it's fact, and people go, ooh, we have the largest population in the world, and we have the oldest, because in our policy wisdom, we decided that tough on drugs and tough on the war on gangs and on and on and on and on, indeterminate sentencing. We sentence people to jail for extraordinarily long periods of time for crimes other nations and other states do not. And so we have a huge population of people over 50 years old behind our bars. There is untold evidence and research that says somewhere around 39, your violent crime career is done because it's a young man's game. I mean, 60-year-old guy like me, I'm not particularly dangerous to anybody, by and large. The catcher with that is you're going to find a lot of people who committed murder in that group. Because prior to gang violence and the crimes that we know of today, prior to that, and that's generations and generations, the people who were murderers were largely family members. You were killed by your husband, your brother, your somebody in a fit of rage. Oftentimes it's their only offense, criminal history offense, not to make light of it. But you pull that at 30 and now you've done 27 or 30 years inside the state institutions and now you're 60, you may not be much of a risk to society. And I know that's sort of a almost counterintuitive thing to think about, but when you think about 10,000 people to be released out of a population that I think today sits somewhere in that 140 range, is that where they're at, something like that? We can achieve that, I think, rather safely if we just think our way through it. And then the thinking our way through it piece becomes the responsibility of everybody in this room, because while we think our way through it, the public does not, because they haven't been taught. They haven't been appropriately educated about the realities of what public safety is. I mean, public safety up until very recently was do you or do you not find people and lock them up? And now what I think society is asking all of us to do is to adopt a much more robust, sophisticated, scientific definition of public safety. And that, I think, has not been shared effectively. The sheriff and others are really working hard to do that, and I'm proud of the courage that represents for elected people and people like Ron, who I've had the pleasure to work with through most of my career, the courage to talk to people, elected officials and others, candidly about what that really means. And I'm hopeful that what happens because of what the foundation and other folks are doing is that we can provide folks who have the forum to do that. And straight up with it, it's largely sheriffs and DAs. They have the biggest, in my mind, police chiefs to some extent. Police chiefs have to be much more careful politically, but sheriffs and DAs have a very powerful environment by which they could help educate folks about the real realities that we deal with here. And then lastly, the probation situation is a shame. I'm personal friends with the number 2 person at LA County Probation. She was my deputy director, Margarita Perez. Dedicated, wonderful people trying to do good work. I've had the privilege of working with some probation operations here in the state of California, all really wanting to do the right thing with one hand tied behind the back. And all of us who are part of that team need to be advocates for their cause, because the reality is to our future, like the sheriff so appropriately put, we all have skin in the game now for the first time ever. Everybody's got skin in the game. And to a good degree, our success and our futures will rely on the capacity of probation to be successful, because that's where most of these people are going now. So I'm hopeful that by organizing these kinds of discussions, getting everybody together like this, that we can help that happen.
All right, what we're going to do is transition to a bit of a discussion. What I tried to do was to go what we're going to do is, I put up on these sheets, which of course will be hard to read, so I'm just going to quickly go through them. And I want you to tell me what's missing after I get through them all, okay? So that we make sure we've captured the big points. And then we'll see what time we have and go from there. So with that, I'm going to run through these real quick. And please write down as we go what I'm missing. Because, you know, some of the stuff goes over my head. So just to start out with really what Jonathan talked about, which I didn't split it yet because I'm not an attorney. But he talked about, let me make sure I have my he talked about the, what I got at least, was the package getting longer. And that sometimes it's working well, sometimes it's not. There's a whole lot of complicated reasons for that. Did I capture that, sort of?
Yes.
And then break out, you know, anything I've missed, we can edit. Realignment isn't an event, it's a process. For Judge Back to say that really resonated with me. Integrity in sentencing, and I think this was no disrespect to the sheriffs, but when they're releasing people early, then and I've heard this from some, it's sort of like, well, the judges are like, I don't have any control of anybody, so why bother? Repeated felons, what are we going to do differently if they keep failing over and over again? Sentencing, looking at, I think Elise talked about this, looking at the science, not just the seriousness of the offense. And I think she talked about a few other kinds of things around the evidence base. No factors related to more or less splits. What Magnus did with his about, he tried to look for all these connections and couldn't find it. Need to measure outcomes of splits. Since there is no evidence around splits per se, that what I was hearing, you just got to measure it before you can figure out if it's a good thing, I guess. Restitution. We have too short of a time, and it sounded as if Elise was saying there are alternatives to that. If it's too short of a time, it's supervision, but that's something that's important clearly around victims. Supervision as part of the split is too short in general, not only for the restitution, but also for being able to get treatment completed. And so that was a huge issue I thought people were raising. And I heard 3 years, but I don't know if I got that right. Swift and certain sanctions as being very important. The length of incarceration, looking at how to manage the jail beds the best in order to get the right, managing them well so you're getting the best you can out of your jail beds and getting good results. The probation officer is a broker as case manager. I think that they talked a little bit about the social work plus the, I don't know what the word was, the law enforcement use?
Law enforcement casework.
Got it, okay. Criminal thinking, predicting criminal behavior. Judges need more discretion. Judges with realignment, Judge Back talked about this, about now that before these come off prison, now they are re-engaging with these people, so it makes them a bigger part of the system, and that seems to be a positive from his perspective. Engagement of offenders is critical. Regardless of everything else you do, if you're not engaging, you're not going to get very far. I already talked about no evidence on the split sentencing that Elise refers to. Focusing on treatment on those that needed to change behavior. So what I was hearing, don't do the auto, we're going to give everybody the same thing or whatever, but to focus on what they need. And then the last one, well, that was, don't do auto conditions. Everybody gets it. So what have I missed? Sharon, I heard, okay, I'm sorry. All right, who wants to go first?
Well, just on that probation piece, that one of the terms we use is balanced approach. I would put that
Balanced?
in there. Balanced approach to probation supervision.
Where was that?
When you talk about probation as a case manager and
Here we go.
balanced approach is a term.
Balanced approach. Okay. Okay. Cool. Oh, yes, John.
So I'd like to add two things from the defense perspective. One is swift and certain sanctions have to be consistent with due process. So I don't think we need to go into more detail than that at this point, but from my perspective, there can be tension between the desire for swiftness and certainty and one's due process rights. Second is improving incentives, and there was some discussion about incentivizing what one is doing while in jail. I think we were discussion, I forget which county, perhaps San Joaquin, earning a day and a half for every day if you're doing programs and so forth. That seems like a terrific idea. Other types of incentives, which I touched on a little bit earlier, giving people the ability to have certain legal remedies that they would have on traditional probation, such as reduction to a misdemeanor, expungements, early conversion to court probation from formal probation if one does well for a certain period of time.
I think I'm going to take a course from you, but that I think helps to capture what you're saying. Is there anything else that I missed? Okay, great. What else?
And I guess from Elise, and you have it up there, but I think she had referred to looking at other states and how they have automated their restitution.
Yeah, I think
just automated it. I thought that was it.
Yeah, she was saying there are options to doing it. She does not automation.
She also brought something up about looking at structured sanctions, whether we do that statewide or by county, but to look at structured sanction grids.
Oh, grid.
Yeah. And it would include both sanctions and positive reinforcement.
Okay, so sanction and reward grid, or something like that?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yes, John.
Not leaving traditional probation behind. I think that's a very, very important theme. Maximizing resources to all probationers and trying to import into the traditional probation method of doing things what's being done with the AB 109 population.
If I could just echo on, add a tiny bit on that point, and that is a big issue for us. We had a big news piece out of the Bay Area, and I told the guy, I challenge you to put in there that as we learn that the successes that we're starting to see with AB 109, I think you should put something in there about the deficiencies of some of the issues around regular probation. And he said, I accept your challenge, and then the piece came out and it wasn't in there. So I agree. And it's a big hurdle for us. And as we're starting to see getting traction and all these collaboratives going on, and now we're seeing that so much else of what probation does is kind of getting pushed aside. The only anecdotal example I can give you that I think makes the point is I tend to walk the hallways because otherwise I go nuts if I'm in my office all the time. And I saw someone and I go, boy, your face is red. You look upset. What's wrong? And they go, I just called 5 different agencies to try to get someone in to a program, and I'm heading way down to, I think where they were saying they were calling Fresno County out of Contra Costa, because the first question they get asked, you've heard this before, is it a 109 case? If it is, we got a space for them. If not, tell them not. The idea of sanctions and sanction grids is really an important issue, I think, and something we've tried to start. We definitely have it with our 109 population. We've seen some traction with that, and staff feeling initially a little disempowered because they wanted the jurisdiction to make the calls. But once they followed that grid, they're seeing a more unified approach. I think the courts appreciate it because they're not seeing people come in on revocations on one kind of case but not the others. There's some more uniformity in a way. I think it's more fair, and we just initiated much of that in our with our generic probation population. I will beat a dead horse here and say that's great, except our probation officers are saying this is a great response to an issue I'm having, but I can't get them into thinking for a change right now. So the more unified you can make it, the better, I guess, but you have to be sensitive to the needs. I was in Missouri earlier this week on smart sentencing, I guess. It's kind of a evidence-based sentencing conference, and they talk about other states, and other states are really interesting because they have different sections, but it's really one entity, right? One entity runs parole, probation, the prisons, and California is schizoid. You know, we don't have that. So it makes it difficult for us to kind of to compare ourselves to many other states because we just have a different formula, and it is kind of a roadblock. And at the same time, maybe not a bad thing for some counties that are wanting to be a little more innovative than others. But it's a battle, and these battles will continue until we really address the whole picture.
I think another thing that should be addressed, there was reference to it, but I don't think that you mentioned it, was the use of bail being offense-based and the need to shift to risk and needs assessments with respect to pretrial release and providing pretrial services and potentially opening up jail space across the state.
And so can you say again what you meant with the bail thing? I didn't quite catch that.
Well, right now, as Mr. Hoffman said, you know, somebody's charged with offenses, and in each county, the bail schedule says you commit this offense, this is the bail, and you rack and stack and add it up, and people can't make $1,500, let alone $15,000. But that's based on the offense, not necessarily on are they a risk of release, or, you know, can you release them with reduced bail? Can you release them with sufficient terms and conditions and engagement so that they're not in custody? And right now, I mean, the offense base has no relation to the individual, whether the individual might be an addict or an abuser or somebody first-time offender. It doesn't make any difference.
So I wrote down bail not only based on offense, but look at risky. Is that right?
Yeah, and I don't know what Lieutenant Billowit was referring to, but that there's some possible legislation to increase discretion with respect to...
Basically, judges already have the ability to now use the risk case assessment lower bail. We just modify it, put it in law so that in terms of cases, say, pursuant to human protection, we can go with it.
I'm sorry. It's a bill that would help reduce...
Would just modify that judges could use a risk assessment in determining bail, both up or down.
Got it. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. You had your hand up. I'm going to risk showing my ignorance here, but I keep hearing the traditional probation versus split sentencing, mandatory supervision. I'm going to explain that to her.
Well, so if somebody's convicted of a felony, generally, unless it's state prison mandatory, there's an option to the judge to put somebody on probation, a grant of probation. And it's up to 1 year in county jail and up to 5 years probation. And it could be supervised probation, formal probation, could be bank caseload, court probation. That's one option. The other, I mean, and before realignment, if it was going to be state prison, you're dealing with that triad. And people, the 1178 people, the non-non-nons, they didn't get probation, they went to prison. After realignment, they don't go to prison, they go to the county. And there are certain counties, I think Alameda is one county, where instead of going 1170H, non-county prison commitment, they're relying on probation. And if you put somebody on probation rather than 1170H disposition, you can have 5 years of supervision. You can try to achieve restitution. The problem is there's no services funded for that population, so there's this stress. But what Jonathan Lava was saying.
Yeah, I think a good way to capture it maybe, just to add to that, is there's revenue that's coming from the state to support AB 109 services. So split sentences are incorporated in that. A mandatory supervision is, but there's no additional funds in any significant way for regular probation services. So I'm limited as to using those funds for those areas, which I'm happy we have. But the fact I always try to bring up is, but we have a lot of other people that aren't getting the benefit of that revenue, and we need more revenue to reach those people. Does that make sense?
And Judge Manley, who educates me every day on something that, he feels really strongly about this. He says, we're creating a bifurcated system now, and I think you guys pointed this earlier, where, say we 109, you get all this money, but the rest of them are left behind. And so, his point is, if you don't start integrating this at some point, and you give people what they need, even like with parole beds versus county beds, you got beds empty because they don't have people to put in them, but the other side has a need, and I think that's a big problem that's coming. Other thing, sorry, go ahead.
2 points, just related to that, and I think Stephanie made this point earlier. From a probation standpoint, even as we continue to focus on realignment implementation, we don't want to lose sight of the success of SB 678 and its continued importance, because among the things that realignment has done in terms of shifting a new workload to probation departments up and down the state, many probation departments up and down the state, with their success from the revenues from SB 678, built infrastructures to deal with a probation population that they previously didn't have resources for, nor services to provide to that population.
So it's kind of a launching pad?
Yes, very, very important launching pad. So that's why CPOC worked hard with the administration to stress the importance of continued funding for 678, and now there will need to be a renewed evaluation of the 678 formula. The other point I would make is, and I don't know if it's already there, but for me it's worth being redundant, in that as we talk about split sentencing, is I think it's a mistake to talk about it in silos. The sentence, the jail term, the mandatory supervision. We really need to look at it as one contiguous process, reentry sentencing, that really needs to start from the beginning, including the information that probation departments give to the court to make the best decisions. The chief already left, but one of the things I was also going to suggest is that law enforcement can play a role in that in terms of information from the initial arrest that goes into the those counties that do pre-sentence reports, sometimes can influence the types of terms of conditions that might be helpful on that particular individual when they later return to the community. But my main point is just really looking at it as reentry sentencing. It's not 3 different actions. It really should be one process that are coordinated together.
Well, it's sort of like I think what Judge Jack said that just really hit me. That realignment isn't an event, it's a process. That I think really speaks to that. Other things that we've missed here.
I think what Matthew and what Philip
Okay, yeah.
are saying is perhaps some of the most important stuff in that, and I'm getting back to the education of the public, because we have to have the public, the victims of our world, and just the general public believing that we're doing the right thing for the right reasons. And I would suggest everybody in this room, most of the public doesn't know the difference between parole and probation. It's true. At all. And nor do they respect, because they don't know, have respect for the fact that probation just doesn't supervise adult probationers. They do juvenile, they have custody facilities, they do pretrial hearings, they interact with judges. I mean, it's a very, and I didn't know this either. The whole time I was a cop. A really complicated, important agenda in the public safety world is most most unaware. And so if we want to get public support behind this sort of thing, we've got to have a vehicle, maybe it's national, the state associations or something, where a guy who's as particular as you can get out and just teach people. And, hey, listen, this is what my operation does, this is how many people it takes, why we can't just have AB 109 funded at the expense of all those stuff, because they won't get it.
Fine, we'll take it.
Very well.
Sharon, I believe you have it up there, I just can't.
Yeah, I'm writing it horrendous.
Yeah, there was definitely a discussion that I heard, and please correct me if I'm wrong, in terms of community capacity, that there seems to be a link between, even if we talk about probationers versus the new probationers, the old probationers, that capacity in the community for services is something that has to be addressed, supported, looked at, and that the more information that you're providing the judge in terms of what the risk and need is of that individual, and you follow that out to, and this is where they would get services in the community for X amount of time, that the more of that picture that you can paint, the more successful you'll be at having the judge at least have all available information at their hands to make that determination of whether it's split or not split. But the capacity issue, I also heard something, and again, I hear with a certain set of ears, so correct me, but I was hearing some need for more training to develop community capacity around things like thinking for a change or really the criminal thinking aspect. We have services, but to address criminal thinking, which is probably one of the highest needs of these folks, particularly coming out of state prison, there really isn't a lot of resources for training for that. We tend to treat correctional staff on how to do that, but not the community. So I think that's something that if we had more of, it would support everybody in being more successful with the population.
Anybody else? Yeah.
Yeah, just echo your point. It's a point we'll take, and then when you talk about cognitive programming and restructuring how people think, there's a famous line a guy named Ed Latessa, many of you have heard about or know, said at a conference once to me, he goes, listen, he said it to many people, he goes, if you have a car thief and he has a drug problem and no place to live, and you give him no place, and you give him yoga, this is something he would say, you're going to have a relaxed person that has a place to live, may not have as big of a drug problem, and is going to go out and still steal. You have to restructure how they see the world. Because they have lack of empathy. There's a lot of problems with a lot of these clients. So the cognitive approach is essential. We want to do it because I want our staff to think for a change as well. And we want our staff to reach out to these people so that they know our whole function is not to wait for them to trip up, but to try to help them avoid tripping up. And as I said to Jonathan a while back, I'd prefer them, if they're going to fail, and many will, let them fail in spite of us, not because of us. And I think that's something we'll accept some responsibility on. But there's no doubt about it. There are people that are not going to respond to cognitive programming, and our mental health people are learning some of those COG programs so that they can have their own unit, or their own group that are going to deal with the people that can't do well when we do it because they don't have the mental health capacity to do it. And the more the public knows about what we're doing, I can't say that any more clearly than you did and more eloquently. The bottom line is we have to take responsibility for that too. We banged on the door hard for the community to get involved, and in some instances, unfortunately, and in many instances, fortunately, in Contra Costa County, they responded. And they're a little demanding on us, and they take us to task, but at the same time, they're rallying for us. They want us to be successful. So the more we get out, the more we do these kind of things, the more people call us when we're using acronyms that they don't understand because we use them every day, the better communication we'll have with the community. And we're prepared to do that. And CPOC and President Jenkins has made it clear, probation is there for that. When we want to move in that direction, we are, and we're prepared to take what steps we can to be successful with that. It's just a battle, and that's all I just about every sentence, every comment I make. We'll continue the battle.
Can I also echo something that I think Dr. Farabee said, and this is something that we've dealt with a lot in the criminal justice community, and that is that there are certain substance abusers that do better on medications than not, and it's something to learn about.
Yeah.
It's something to get educated about. It's not everybody again, but there are certain new developments in the substance abuse arena that we really should be paying attention to. It might help particularly high-end, high-risk offenders that continually come up dirty. find some alternatives. And I think that was, Dr. Barabee mentioned that a bit. But I reinforce it because in Prop 36 it was our biggest issue, is that we couldn't get people on medications, and I think we paid dearly for it.
Okay, we are like very close to the end of our time, so this is what I'm going to suggest. I've got all these up here. Unfortunately, I couldn't get them organized well enough because there's so much. So because we're not going to really be able to dig into these specifically, what I'm going to suggest, in your packets, you've got 3 dots somewhere in your packet. Make sure you got it. And what I want you to do on the way out the door is to take a look at all these, and I want you to pick the three key things that you think are the most critical issues, whether they're, you know, we really need this and we've got it and we've got to keep it going, or these are things we got to address, so that we can then pull all that information together and and we're going to include everything, but we'll get a sense of what people think is a big list, right? And so that we can get that out to folks so that kind of we can represent this discussion today and be able to share that with other people. Does that make sense to folks? So you can vote for 3 things, but you can also take all your dots and put it on one. So spend your dots like the dollars, however you like, as long as it comes out to 3. So, yeah.
But I also want to say that if something isn't dotted, that doesn't mean we're not going to represent it.
Right, we're including everything.
We're going to include it all, but we just would like to know what you as a group exiting find most important.
Yeah, we want to get a sense of where people's heads are in this so we know what that is. So, we're going to close up. We are going to send you an evaluation probably first of next week, and we'd really like you to complete it. Those of you on the phone, we need to know about technology. Did it work? Did you hear people? Were we rattling too much? Whatever. For those of you in the room, you know, we'll ask you a bunch of questions. We really want your very honest, frank feedback. We can't improve unless we know what we can do to improve, okay? So I really welcome that, and it's really important for us. I want to thank all of our panelists. Unfortunately, you know, everybody's got stuff to do, so many of them have left. But we had such a rich group of people who have such extraordinary experience and experiences with this system. And I learned something new every day, and I learned a great deal today. My head's spinning. But it's all good stuff. And so we really, really very much appreciate that. And to all of you who came and, you know, got through having to sit and listen to a lot of people like the Phils and me and the Toms and Kathys of the world who have a hard time saying still. Yes, Mike. I'm sorry. Mike?
Okay.
Actually, for folks who aren't here in person, the survey in your packet, if you fill out right now, that would be great.
Or well, we'll be sending it too, so if you're too tired, that's fine. We'll get it out to you as well. So, what am I missing, Mai or Kathy, as far as wrap up? Okay, so thank you everyone for coming. So appreciate it, and we will be sending you this information, and we'll have it up on our website. Thank you.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Mike Lyons, I'm curious.
Remember to vote.
Again, finding with your back to San Diego. Yes. And statewide. So it's quite a bit. What would have been 15 months off in the past? A year?
Might be 3 years, you know, life just 2 years out there. So
2 years. So in the past, you know, like 4 or 5 months.
Chocolate chip cookies untouched.
So,
also French onions untouched.
We want to.